It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Crisp, cool air claims the north where I'm from, and it heralds the fact that the fall is well underway. Welcome to the Naystar League 2022 fall season as we are in week 4 here in Overwatch. Myself, LaFon, alongside me in the booth is Juggle God as we get ready to bring the action through the halfway point, trending towards the tail end of the regular season here in the Overwatch part of the broadcast again. And welcome to the show, Juggle. I mean, what do we got on the books here today?
Two fantastic matchups. We've got Ashland University taking on St. Clair College first, then followed by Northeastern University facing against University of Cincinnati. All 4 of these squads we have not seen yet this season on broadcast, so I'm very excited to see them.
That being said, the format, of course, is the regular season followed by the conference play-ins, then thereafter the conference championship, leading into the last chance qualifiers before we, of course, move on to the playoffs and thereafter the grand finals. You know, fighting for glory, fighting for success, and indeed on location in those grand finals. A reminder of the dates that are available for us all here, as we said, trending towards the tail end of the regular season. Now we are actually going to be entering in towards those playoff scenarios momentarily in short order. So I mean, as we look at kind of the schedule here, time is of the essence. Mistakes can no longer be made. We are running out of time as we take a look at today's schedule.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. These teams have very, very little room for error right now at all. Once again, it is going to be Ashland University, St. Clair College in our first matchup. Northeastern University, University of Cincinnati follows right thereafter. And then, of course, our League of Legend match between UCF and UGA.
So some great esports action underway here as we get set for the day itself, dialing in into that first match. We do have to talk about what these teams are fighting for. As I said, those grand finals in the effort, getting that first place, prizing $2,500 for the team that comes in first, followed of course by $1,250 in second, and then $625 for third. So a decent prize pool to be sure, and of course the bragging rights for that number 1 spot in collegiate Overwatch here at the Naystar League, as we said. That being said, a special shout out of course to our sponsors, Extra Life. Play games to change kids' health, change the future. Join Extra Life today.
And of course, we have to talk about Duncan. Naystar League runs on Duncan. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Duncan near you.
Of course, with Monster Energy, an official partner of the Naystar League Canadian initiatives. And did you know that Canadian esports clubs can receive complimentary Monster Energy on campus? Check out the Naystar League Twitter or Discord for more info.
And of course, we've got the Army ROTC. Become a leader for life. Thank you to the Army ROTC for helping sponsor Naystar League. And of course, we have a collegiate camo giveaway as well. Our friends at Army ROTC want to give you a chance to win a free camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Check out the Naystar League Twitter to enter.
Excellent stuff indeed. And yeah, as a reminder, of course, the format here for Overwatch, of course, it's a best of 5. The loser will pick the next map in whichever mode they find available. Hero pool will consist of every hero that is available for competitive play. So for that update, that is actually, in fact, today a case to be made aware of. May will no longer be available for the teams in contention, simply due to the fact that she's not available in competitive until November the 15th. So yeah, a little bit of change up here and there as we've kind of gotten into the season. A couple of heroes have made their way in and out of the roster, and some by virtue of coming in for the first time, others because they need to take a little break as they kind of worked on themselves, so to speak. Now, as we kind of focus in, of course, on this particular matchup here, getting a look into what could be kind of the case for week 4 here. As we said, St. Clair College stepping in, a Canadian team here on this side of things, not too far away from where I currently reside, and they are 6-0. So looking to kind of continue that flawless run here in their division.
And yeah, let's take a look at these rosters as well. We've got Squeak, Emerin, Crime, Red X, and R-Junk for St. Clair. Then on the other side, for the Ashland Eagles, we've got Memes, Cheesy Dance, BLH, Kieran, and Revelia. Those are going to be our starting lineups today. And LaFont, one thing I'm interested to see is we see kind of a shift in the meta, at least in the pro leagues, right? Moving away from this from the Zarya meta into something that puts everything on the back of Winston. So I'm going to be curious to see if these teams are going to kind of follow suit today, or if we're going to continue to see what we've seen in the past, because that's likely what these teams are going to be most comfortable on.
Yeah, I will say that there is a small sort of anecdote or like a little asterisk on that particular kind of look, in the sense that Zarya is still very strong in this patch. We are still playing on live here. She has not yet received the nerfs that the tier 1 kind of circuit has been looking at. So in that sense, Genji also a very strong hero, still at that 30 damage per shuriken. So in that sense, I think you're looking at a pretty stable look. Kiriko has made, I think, inroads into being kind of that primary support player for a lot of these teams. We've seen how good the Suzu can be. We've seen how good the healing throughput is as well on that character, and we don't even have to mention Kitsune Rush, how great it is. I mean, it's a 10-second long ability that just completely buffs your team. So overall, that's kind of been the trend as we've kind of gone through the regular season, is that we've seen that Zarya comp, we've seen a lot more Kiriko as well.
Yeah, so it could be either way that we see these teams go today. But like you said, Zarya still very strong, Genji still very strong. So given that, chances are I think we'll see them lean towards that side. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of the teams start to at least push the envelope and maybe experiment a little bit with what is developing as a new meta.
Indeed. And I mean, of course, we can kind of highlight here the fact that St. Clair is the expected victor here, right? Obviously, sitting at 6-0, their run through their conference has kind of cemented themselves as that #1 team, and they're looking to keep hold of that title. Now, for Ashland, I mean, sitting at, having 2 losses here, it's not the end of the road for them by any stretch. However, getting, knocking off that undefeated team, giving them that first loss is going to be tremendous. I think not just, for the standings, because you get that victory in kind of helps there, but also just in the mental game, right? Having the ability to be that one team that was able to win out, over an opponent that was hitherto undefeated is great looking forward into kind of the playoff scenario. So that's kind of the element I think for Ashland here, is to be that team out of the gate, to be that aggressive squad, looking for the victory condition, because again, the mental game is such a clear part of kind of the standings at this point.
It really, really is, because again, the pressure is kind of mounting right now. We talked about it at the beginning of the broadcast. Not a whole lot of room for error anymore. So every single one of these games, every single one of these maps really matters in a big way at this point in time, because there's very little chance to change your standings right now in these divisions, in this league. So it's really going to be important for both of these teams to bring out their A game today, show us what they're made of, and come away with the win.
Well, it's going to be our first map of the series. It's going to be Lijiang Tower as the trend continues here at the A-Star League, the opening gambit on this control map. I believe this has been starting map in nearly every single series. I think we had exactly one series that went to Busan instead. But overall, this has been a very popular opening area for our teams, and as a result, we've kind of gotten a strategy. I will also say, trending back even into last year at the A-Star League, right? So a year plus Lijiang Tower is now the most picked, and by most pick I mean like trending towards like 95% pick rate for map 1.
Right.
So yeah, very, very popular map here at the Naystar League.
Yeah, and all the tricks have really been explored at this point, or at least you would imagine. Sim TPs to point, if you're looking at either Gardens or Night Market, is a great strategy. You can run Brawl, you can run Dive, but again, we've mostly seen the Zarya compositions come to fruition here on Lijiang Tower, especially when we're talking Control Center.
A lot of brawl, a lot of close quarters areas.
A lot of brawl.
Get up in the face of your opponent. And I mean, Zarya, of course, so much damage, so much mitigation as well. 2.5 seconds her bubble lasts when activated here on this patch. That is a long time in Overwatch terms, right? And of course, the amount of damage it soaks, 200 damage in that span, coupled with the energy. So, very, very strong ability here. And on a 10-second cooldown. So all of these together are kind of why we're seeing so much Zarya in the meta right now. Now, as we kind of load into the map itself, I mean, what I'm looking for here from our teams, St. Clair, as I said, undefeated here. They need to. I want to see St. Clair, because if you're kind of undefeated in your group at this stage, you're trying to fight to be one of the best teams in all of collegiate, right? I'm looking for them to come out the gate and kind of just put their foot down and say, this is our game. And I think it has to start in fight number 1.
You're absolutely right, because again, when you're looking at these control point maps, typically the statistics show that if you win that first fight, you are much more likely to come away with the whole sub-map win, because you get the snowball effect, right? You win that first fight, you're gonna have an edge in the ultimate generation for that second fight, so you're likely gonna win that one as well. It's gonna take to about that third fight before your opponent really has kind of the cards stacked in their favor, at least not heavily against them.
I was bound to pick something up.
I refuse to look at these compositions until the 2-second mark.
Yeah, it's a smart thing. It's a smart thing to do. But we are at Control Center, so again, Brawl will be the name of the game here. So it's going to be these close quarter combats that we're going to be looking out for. And both teams actually opting to open with the Reinhardt this time around. A little bit of an unusual pick, but certainly very, very strong, very powerful here. A lot of abilities being thrown in right off the bat. It's going to be Ashland University taking a little more aggressive approach, and in fact, they're coming away with 2 picks right off the back off of BH1, who gets the supports, and that means everyone else will be taken down in short order.
Very, very strong opening. It comes down to the Varsity holding a lot of presence in front and kind of take a very aggressive angle to block off a lot of the damage that the opposition wanted to kind of put through into the backline, that St. Clair wanted to put into the backline, and as a result, you get a lot of, you're able to put a lot more pressure onto, Arjak and Red X, and in that time, Varsky's able to get the 5 strikes through. Another big pick off here, and St. Clair continue to be in the hole early.
Yeah, unfortunate start for them. Ashland University making quick work of them. Not a whole lot of damage even coming in Ashland's way. We did see that immortality field used by Revelia, but honestly, again, not a whole lot of damage coming in so far from St. Clair's.
It's a big, excuse me, it's a big roll through here from Ashland. They're going to trend towards that Earth Shatter very swiftly. Credit to Squeak for at least catching up somewhat, despite, heavily losing both those fights. I mean, in this instance, the fact that Ashland is going to be at ultimate so much quicker, you expect to kind of try and snowball this, right? Earth Shatter and Ant Matrix and Riptire, you kind of want to trend those into the blades. So you're able to shut down St. Clair when they come back with a Shatter of their own.
Squeak goes down to just a sliver of health. The team able to get them back up. Here comes a Riptire, though, from Ashland. B1H looking for an opportunity here. Shatter comes in. Arjun hits the ground right after rocking that amplification matrix, which they're using to try and duel the opposing squad with at the moment. But damage coming in favor of Ashland. Varsity does hit the ground, is taken out of the fight, and now St. Clair starting to fight back. Here comes their own Riptire now. Red X uses the sound barrier as well, but Ashland University still holding on to the point.
Just barely, though, by the skin of their teeth at this point. The reset comes in to switch by Squeak onto the Winston. They want a little bit closer, and Memes gets taken out mid-air. Going from bad to worse. It is 90% marker, though, so Ashland will retreat in interim as St. Clair cleans up the remaining members. And I mean, this is a fight that Ashland wasn't able to really get much value out of their kind of lead in the ultimates, right? They dumped the Earthshadow, they dumped the Ant Matrix, they dumped Riptire, and they don't actually get any kills for any of those 3 utilities. Instead, they get shut down. Now it's going to be a duel, right? It's going to be Blade versus Overclock. And I mean, Crime already put into a ton of pressure. You need to kind of get some space in this point.
Wow.
That's going to slow things down here, but St. Clair still need to take the advantage.
They absolutely do. Memes is going to fall shortly after that. Varsity already demixed, making things very difficult for them. We do see Red X fall, but it's not going to matter a whole lot in the grand scheme of things because Ashland University just being pushed back over and over again.
Yeah, it's going to be a good reset here. It's going to buy time for St. Clair. Again, they do have to go all the way to essentially fully the 100 to 99 in that marker, right? So St. Clair about halfway there at this point. They do get the Ant Matrix back up, and they've successfully denied Ashland much resource gain here. It's going to be a very aggressive Blade from Cheesy Dance. Doesn't actually get any space here.
No, it doesn't. It is going to draw out the Immortality Field. We see Archunk use the Amplification Matrix too, but now Crime coming on the scene with the Overclock finds a pick onto Memes. That's going to slow down this push significantly, especially considering Vazuki has already been eliminated. Oh, and this Primal.
Ooh, almost gets the melee back off onto the Genji. I think we'll still get elimination indeed. Yes, they do. That is a really good reset from St. Clair. They deny the Blade. They deny, they get value out of their Amplification Matrix. And now heading into that last fight, you're going to have the defensive utility of the Sound Barrier. You're going to have a Riptire as well. And Ashland to have to push in, and all they really have to kind of get space is a self-destruct. The Ant Matrix needs to be used on point. They'll do it to open up. They'll get one early pick.
That's going to be a very aggressive, cheeky Riptire used by Emran. That's going to open things up a bit for St. Clair. Crime swapping over to the Sombra this time around, but Ashland University starting to fall. Overtime has been triggered. Somebody going to have to touch from the Ashland squad. It will be one of their players at the last moment, but very little for them left to do. We see the swap onto the Wrecking Ball from Vazuki. They're going to be hacked out of that, and this is just going to be cleanup here from St. Clair's.
Last sound wave to get rid of the Reaper. No one else will touch. And Memes does not even get the celebratory, or I suppose...
consolation prize?
The consolation sound barrier in return, right? It gets hacked out at the very last moment. So, a good recovery from St. Clair College in that instance, right? Getting being able to shut down the Dragon Blade, which should realistically have been the ultimate that entirely closed out the round for Ashland. They're just not able to turn Ashland. That is, they're not able to turn that extremely early ult lead in any meaningful kind of sense in that one impact fight they had. And St. Clair are able to, recover the ult economy in round number 1. So a good start here for St. Clair, or a good, I suppose, return from St. Clair in round 1. Now, as we head into round number 2, change up the compositions out the gate. We go all in aggression. And St. Clair playing, hey, there's that Lucia Reaper.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what we've seen in the Overwatch League at Tier 1, this composition. But it will be Ashland University striking first once again. B1H able to find a headshot with that secondary fire. Emran, though, taking a lot of damage right now. Red X able to get one pick onto Ashland, but it is countered as well. Vazuki finds another. Ashland going to be able to come away, or should at least be able to come away with this first fight win again.
D-Make or Devasky, and they're not actually... Oh, they just barely get the point. This is not out of the woods yet. They actually still... This fight, I believe, is going to be over as St. Clair make the return here with the respawns.
Yeah, this respawn proving to be very, very deadly, especially with Vazuki getting demeched right there at the end of the fight. So Ashland will come away with 15, maybe 20% of the capture percentage, but St. Clair does technically win that first fight.
It's a good return from St. Clair, and it's actually going to be a change in style. We have a Sombra in from St. Clair College, while Ashland now go over to that Reaper. You have to think that the D.Va is going to struggle a lot here. I mean, between the Sombra hack, it's really tough to kind of fight against the Winston as well.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting indeed. Ashland, though, strikes first. It will be Emran who ends up hitting back very quickly. Vazuki demeched once again, so St. Clair with an advantage here, but a lot of their team very low health, but the same can be said for Ashland, and it will be St. Clair with just the tiniest bit of an edge here. This Reaper should go down.
That's another, it's a game of inches at this point.
Yeah.
But in the end, it is St. Clair College at the tail end of the fight that stands out alive. And I mean, now you've got, you know, basically a one fight with St. Clair having the EMP at the ready. You expect the follow-up damage to be there. And even if things go south, you do have the sound barrier in return to kind of sustain through whatever Ashland brings towards you. It's looking real tough here for Ashland University.
It really is. We're going to see the hack come out of Varsity. That should be the DMEC right there. We see the Primal Rage popped as well. Crime going to use the overclock too. And what a greedy play there from Squeak, but it yields results.
Yeah, it took Memes out of the fight pretty significantly. It looks like the Lucio's going to survive. Yeah, rolls back in, then chased down. That's ambitious from Squeak, but we'll get out alive. And I mean, you still have that. You still have that EMP here from Emerin. You're gonna have to do a lot of work though, because Ashland University have a lot of ultimates coming into this fight.
They absolutely. We're going to see the EMP properly used. That's going to shut down so much. Mizuki tries to get something going with a self-destruct, maybe to just remech and give a little pressure onto point, but I don't think anyone touches here. This will be St. Clair College taking Lijiang Tower.
Oh, big hack there to prevent Memes from actually getting the rollout in time. No Kitsune Rush either for the speed, and St. Clair will 100-0 in round number 2. A slow start for that opening map for St. Clair College, but they're able to bring it back in style as they'll take the dive composition, that really aggressive rush look that we've kind of seen popularized at tier 1, and make it 100-0 here on their way through that second round of map number 1. An early lead, as we said, as they sit 1-0 score line here after 1.
And it was a great adaptation, I think, that we saw made on Control Center as well, right? And we've talked about it before, but that could be so key to these teams making an impact and coming away with the win. So great heads-up play from them, seeing that the Reinhardt wasn't working for them, swapping over to that Winston. More Winston-based composition early on. But Ashland showing a lot of potential, a lot of prowess here as well, so certainly can't count them out at this point.
No, you can't count them out. I would like to see, you know, maybe a different tank played. The D.Va just, I don't think, has a lot of utility in kind of the next upcoming meta that we kind of see start to make appearance. Doesn't do a lot to shut down Kiriko. Does not do a lot to kind of, you know, provide line of sight protection against Sojourn. And, you know, her dive cycle just isn't nearly as clean as Winston's. There's something to be said. A bubble from Winston can keep you alive for an extra 4 seconds, which gives you just enough time for your jump pack to get off cooldown for you to get out of there. D.Va does not have that same level of sustain, right? Her Matrix only lasts for about 3 seconds. It's not nearly as efficient. So that's one of the reasons why Winston is, I think, the better tank for kind of the setup that we've seen so far. We'll see if they make an adaptation come into map number 2, or if we go to, you know, more back to that Zarya once we get to a more level playing field. In terms of the map type that we go to, most likely heading to hybrid here.
Yeah, one would imagine. And again, I think we got to talk about the cleave as well that Winston provides that you really don't get out of D.Va either, right? So when, you know, this kind of composition goes up against a brawl composition, I think there's more utility, more value that they get here as well. And you guessed right, we are going to a hybrid, and of course it's none other than King's Row, Lafon.
Yeah, when I guess hybrid, you should have assumed that we're going to going to King's Row.
Yeah,
all good.
Of course, it will be Brawl, the name of the game once again, but considering we saw both of these teams swap over to more of a dive-based composition, we could be in store for some surprises here, Lafon. But gotta give again the edge here to St. Clair College, just because of their last performance and considering their record as well, moving into this series.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, right? St. Clair are the favorite in this series, no doubt about it. 6-0 versus, you know, kind of a team that has 2 losses is always going to give favor to the team that is undefeated. The question is not are St. Clair the favorite. The question really is, how does Ashland supplant them in some of these, more 50-50 fights that gives them the opportunity to pull off the upset, right? And I think in those instances, one thing we're kind of looking for is for Ashland to be a lot more aggressive in some of those engagements, not allow St. Clair to take a very heavy lead, and not give away some of those opportunities. Something that, frankly, Ashland, they had that chance on the first round of Control, on that Control Center, right? But with that ult lead, they were unable to convert it into a win, and that's what we need to see from them here in map 2. Just a return to form, and then that closeout ability that they were missing in the early parts of the series.
Yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. They did a great job pushing very, very aggressively on Control Center in that first fight, and yeah, that appears to be what gave them, or at least led to a lot of success there. St. Clair College opting to stick with this composition. Emran, though, goes over to the Genji, so looking for something a little bit different here for them. Varsity taking a very defensive position, now moving up a little bit onto point, but Shield is about halfway down. They're going to be able to let it charge a little bit here. Squeak jumps in. That bubble going to be taken care of fairly quickly. Disruptor shot is going to push Ashland University now back. Going to go ahead and give them one tick on the board. Ashland University going to have to come out here pretty aggressively on the retake. Ooh.
The team with a little bit more aggression is going to be the one with the Genji in it. There's the dash through as they get the final blow. Red X will be traded through, but I don't know that it's enough. With Argent going down, though, there's still a small window here for the recovery from Ashland.
There absolutely is. Crime does find Revelia, though, so the main source of heals for Ashland is taken out of the fight. Varsity, though, able to find pretty big value despite being very low in health. Second tick has been given up, but Ashland University has an opportunity to come back into this. St. Clair College, so they got the respawn advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Red X gets caught out rolling through as B1H is right back into the thick of things, so... St. Clair, though, they do have the respawn advantage. Do have to be a little bit careful because coming back in is Ashland. The respawns might be longer. They're not that long. And St. Clair, you're looking at kind of trying to close out a fight, but I mean, look at memes. Having a sound barrier already. Yeah. You look at this as being a defensive fight 1 for Ashland University.
Yeah, even if we get that, the Primal Rage has been committed. Emran able to find a pick onto Revelia, so Memes forced to use the sound barrier to try and keep their team up, see if they can use this time to turn the fight the other way, but Emran continuing to find value. Eventually, B1H gets one. Varsity uses the Shatter, but not to much effect. This fight will go the way of St. Clair.
If anything, I think it forces the... I was going to say it forces the overclock there from Crime. You know, we're trying to find small victories at all for Ashland University after that one, because despite St. Clair College, you know, losing a little bit of time on that first objective, it really was down to the fact that St. Clair overextended with their backline a couple of times too many. Ashland University are lucky that it took that long for St. Clair to kind of find value. And I mean, now you've got Blade, and there's nothing really to defend against it beyond the Immortality field.
Oh, dangerous dive. Emran completes right there. Going to be able to get out unscathed as well. The card's finally starting to push up. It takes a while to get out of that initial garage. Here comes the Kitsune Rush. Going to be countered by an Amplification Matrix, but Squeak doing a good job pushing everybody back from it. There gets Emran the opportunity to use their blade to great effect and find a team kill.
And I believe... not going to get the ace. Red X steals it at the very end, so it's going to be 4 out of 5 for the final blows for the Genji, and I mean, that's exactly what it draws up to. The big problem, though, is that Ashland University used 2 ultimates there, and St. Clair, you know, they used the Blade, they used the Kitsune Rush. We have to say that Kitsune Rush is a very swiftly building ultimate. In effect, it is about as fast as Moira's Coalescence, and, you know, for those of you who kind of been following Overwatch rather for a long time, know how quickly that builds up. Wow. Ashland down to the hole again. B1H out of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely huge pick right off the bat there. And St. Clair College wasting no time. Squeak pops the Primal Rage, and that should be good enough for a point capture.
Yo, that will guarantee them the second objective. If anything, Ashland is kind of happy. It, you know, has to kind of be grateful that the Primal Rage was committed. I don't necessarily think that St. Clair had to invest that, so you're looking at overclock in this next fight. You're looking at sound barrier, of course, for sustained. Vasquez changed over to a Winston now. You're going from behind pretty aggressively, and Ashland University, a disadvantage now in the support line, too. They go over to the Moira. They don't have a lot of mid-fight utility. They don't have that Suzu, and they definitely do not have the Kitsune Rush ultimate online. The Coalescence got to work overtime to try and defend.
It certainly is, but fortunately for them, the Coalescence already up to about 50%. Red X going to use the sound barrier to go aggressive now. Crime pops the overclock as well, and that's going to lead to another quick victory here for St. Clair College. This is going to have to be an absolutely Herculean effort to stay alive for this final fight.
And I mean, now you've got sound barrier from Memes, but like it's a Kitsune Rush in return. Crime hunting for something. Doesn't actually find it. There's a Kitsune Rush going to the spawn room, and look, all the defensive cooldowns have to be used early.
Yeah, they do. Memes does get the sound barrier online quick enough. Redx finds their demise. Excellent shot coming out from B1H. That might slow things down just a little bit. Now we see Cheesy Dance get that high ground, push Squeak off of it. That's going to force them back as well. And Ashland University, with one pick, able to take a fight win.
Yeah, but it's still, that's a retreat from St. Clair because once Redx goes down, you know, they kind of have to be brought out. It's going to be Blade coming in. Revelia, I mean, there's the Coalescence, right? It's up quick, but it needs to find kills.
It does. Emerald just barely skates away. Redx now trying to get in there as well, but forced back briefly. Revelia does not find the value necessarily they're looking for with that Coalescence. Now it's going to be up to Bazooka to try and counter with this Primal Rage, but Squeak already has one pick on their side instead. Couple now in favor of the Emerald with the Blade once again, seeing if they can end this thing right now, but they got to get through that tremendous health pool that Bazooka has. It's not going to be a good Death Blossom this time for Cheesy Dance as the bubble comes over and preventing any damage from going in. B1H tried to come away with the hero play here with the overclock, but unable to do that. St. Clair will capture.
2:04 is what is their time bank going to be at the tail end of that as well. And St. Clair, I mean, it's tough. Ashland University, they don't have a lot of neutral utility, mid-fight utility. The Suzu is so strong right now from Kiriko that not having it can be a big detriment. Ashland University, they're at a deficit all the way through. The sound barrier barely combines to defend against a Kitsune rush, and I mean, St. Clair College walked to a 3rd-point capture. As I said, 2:04, it sounds like a pretty healthy time bank, but if you're Ashland University, you kind of have to be like, that's best case scenario. They were able to burn off that much time considering how dominantly St. Clair performed through their attacking half.
You're absolutely right. I have to go back as well to that Trevelia's Coalescence. I think it was just timed a little bit too early. St. Clair was able to just kite away from it. They took a little bit of damage, but nothing significant, nothing that led to a kill. So, you know, that I think would have been much better served had they waited just a second, 2, maybe 3 in that last fight. But now we're going to get a chance to see what they're going to bring out on attack. And St. Clair College, we're seeing Emerin on the Tracer. It's an interesting pick here, I think, especially considering we've got the Moira and the Winston online for potentially Ashland.
The Tracer is a skill pick, by which I mean if you are very good at Tracer, you can get a lot of value. Plays very differently than how Tracer played in Overwatch 1, right? You're not really going in as a flanker assassin. You're really trying to take away a resource to open the rest of your front line up to kind of find value. But so far, Emerin not really poking away. Now we'll finally get into the thick of things. And just put a lot of pressure onto the backlines. Ashland has to pay attention to kind of that flanking potential.
And of course, with the backline maybe not paying attention to Emerin, that's going to leave Crime able to take some potentially very deadly, very effective shots here. Ashland has started to move on to point right now. Emerin giving a lot of trouble to the backline. Crime does go down. B1H able to get a dash through and a melee to finish them off. Emerin now getting chased back pretty effectively. They will be able to get that mega health back, but with them out of the fight for a moment, Ashland University going to be able to push rather aggressively. B1H finds another kill, this time onto Redx. Argent going down low as well. Squeak is pushed out very aggressively. Already one tick on the board for Ashland. Coming in now is Squeak to finish the job. And oh, a huge pulse bomb though from Emerin. Gonna start to turn things the other way, and Ashland University set back the spawn.
Ashland University try and ignore Emerin for as long as they can. The Tracer's a nuisance, but the problem with the nuisance is that once in a while the pulse bomb will come up, and if you're not being marked, you can really find an avenue to get a stick. So Emerin doing great work there to just bring St. Clair back. Ashland get that one tick. They're going to try and commit this fight. Coalescence in tow. And, I mean, you expect to find some value here, but a great headshot, and that's going to recover for St. Clair.
Yeah, this engagement essentially done right here. Yes, Mizuki gets one pick, but the lion's share of the kills got to go to St. Clair once again.
Ooh, just barely made it.
Yeah,
nice work,
I didn't think he was going to get it.
There's a fun little tech where you can kind of, not really mantle, but it's close enough with Winston,
yeah,
where you kind of bump your head and jump over.
Yeah.
Cool little thing there. St. Clair still have the Kitsune Rush. They still have the Overclock as well, and they're going to open up straight ahead with the Kitsune Rush.
Oh, that's the nicest disruptor shot as well. Crime gets quite a bit of ult charge from that. They're going to have it online right now. Is Squeak going to be able to get the job done on the back of that Kitsune rush? The Tesla cannon just working overtime for Winston.
Efficient design at work.
They only got one elimination for their efforts as well, who will swiftly respawn. And now St. Clair, I mean, cruising to a potential full hold here. 130 left. This pulse bomb, I mean, you have to kind of go for, you know, a Suzu to kind of defend against it. We'll go wide. Yeah.
Oh, but B1H still able to get a pick onto Prime. So Ashton University with a little bit of an advantage here. Let's see if they can turn it into a point capture. Emerin doing a lot of damage, really distracting this backline right here. Now trying to push away Cheesy Dance, who has the Death Blossom online. We're going to go ahead and see it committed, but there's a healing Suzu that's going to keep it at bay for at least a moment and allow them to maintain through it. Ashland University, though, still able to get a lot of damage in, and this point will be theirs.
Bit of a miscommunication there from St. Clair, I think. They don't invest... They invest the Overclock, but not the Primal Rage, despite Squeak having it online at the end, so... that's going to actually save... That's actually going to bring Ashland University in return economically here in the second phase of King's Row. You're looking at Kitsune Rush, you're looking at a Sound Barrier, of course, and the Primal Rage from Varsity. I mean, in this instance, it's going to come down to execution. You need to be able to win off of one ultimate here. If you're Ashland University, ideally just the Kitsune Rush, you know, kind of to just buff. Especially Cheesy Dance here, I think, you know, on the Reaper. So quickly those Hellfire Shotguns ring out in the middle of the Kiriko's ultimate.
Oh, yeah, they really, really do. And if you can catch Squeak in a bad position as well, they can be chunked down practically instantly from those from Reaper. But it's going to be an early advantage here to St. Clair. Revelia drops the Kitsune Rush, but right after that, the pick comes in favor of St. Clair. They will be able to hold defensively here.
That is not ideal for Ashland University to use such a big utility and have complete shutdown. To be fair to Ashland University, we're already down one when the Kitsune Rush was activated, so a 4v5 even with that buff is still very difficult. St. Clair, though, you know, it's small moments don't really help because you've got a Kitsune Rush in return from Arjun, and St. Clair look to kind of close this one out pretty much immediately.
And Squeak gonna go ahead and pop the Primal Rage, see if they can push back some of the supports, maybe even get a pick. They're able to find B1H. That's a two-player advantage now for St. Clair. Ashland University just gonna try, actually they're gonna try and keep this going. We see Cheesy Dance dropping into the back line, but they should be picked out relatively quickly.
Yeah, they're not even gonna be able to escape back to their spawn. I believe only Memes gets to the safety of the invulnerability barrier, and St. Clair will continue to hold. Now, Pulse Bomb nearly at the ready. You're going to have a Kitsune Rush out of spawn. I would not be surprised if St. Clair try and play an aggressive look with a support ultimate here.
Yeah, here comes the Kitsune Rush inside, actually, but it's going to be Vazuki who finds our junk. They may have bit off a little bit more they could chew because Memes did opt to use the sound barrier as well. Now Vazuki with the Primal Rage, keeping their compadre, keeping Squeak at bay, but not really taking their health now going down pretty significantly. They should be able to get this pick.
Still, that's two ultimates just to get a spawn here. St. Clair are going to get a chance to kind of get a second defense or one more defense here in the final moments of the offense of Ashland University. So I struggle to think that it's a bad idea to take a fight there. Sure, you did invest both support ultimates, but now, I mean, Emerin's been so good with the pulse bombs that you kind of have to feel that that's just a guaranteed pick-off in this next fight.
We're going to start with both actually overclocks being used. It will be Crimes who strikes first. Emerin commits the pulse bomb. Not going to find anything this time around, but enough damage done to Memes to take them out of the fight. Revelia using the Kitsune Rush once again to see if they can turn things around for Ashland. They are able to get a couple of picks. Now it's going to be a 3v3 on point, but Squeak finding another kills, as is Vazuki. Got to keep things even on the point. Overtime has been committed, but now Squeak coming away with a kill. It's going to be Cheesy Dance touching at the last second. They use the Death Blossom as well, but they don't get the value they necessarily wanted. Redux is able to take Cheesy Dance out of the fight, and now it's just going to be up to somebody to try and touch. I'm not sure if they're going to make it, though, and St. Clair takes the second map.
A little bit of theatrics there at the end from Emerin, and well-deserved they were. The Tracer player getting a ton of value towards the tail end. In fact, at one point, it was a 2v3 towards the, trickling in the last couple of moments. But Between Squeak and Emran being able to get those final blows, just tremendous stuff from St. Clair College to put themselves firmly at match point, looking to close out their flawless run through the season. As we get a quick highlight here, the clean blade through second. Fairly messy ultimates all the while, but St. Clair make it count at the tail end. And Emran has actually played Mystery Hero so far and done very well for themselves in so.
Yeah, they really have. We've seen a lot of different DPS looks coming out from them, and every time they've looked fantastic. So, a big part of, I think, Ashland's game plan now should be shutting down Emran, because they're contributing in so many ways right now.
I mean, it's not the thing about that is that Emran, I don't think it's necessarily, while they are contributing in a big way and they are being a standout performer, it's not like the rest of St. Clair is kind of, just kind of being carried along. They're doing quite well for themselves. Squeak, we've talked about tremendously, of course, and, the backline Red X has, at times overextended, sure, but then has also kept pace with the sound barriers, been there for some big, boops, has been there for, real kind of closeout moments when you need that speed boost to come in, and then Arjun, of course, on the Kiriko, dealing a ton of damage, getting a ton of healing done as well. The Kitsuna rushes have been more effective for St. Clair, so yes, Emran has been quite strong, but I think that undersells just how good the rest of St. Clair has also been.
Excellent point being made. And if I remember correctly, Red X is a contenders player, if I remember correctly, and I believe he used to play for CU Boulder. Does that ring any bells for you, Lafon?
Oh, unfortunately, I cannot claim to have an encyclopedic knowledge of contenders North America at this point.
I mean, there's so many players moving so many different places, but if I remember correctly, I think Red X was playing for CU Boulder last year, and it had a tremendous effect on that team as well. So it is certainly a player contributing a lot as well right now to St. Clair's success. Apologies, Red X, if that is not the case, but if memory serves me correctly, which sometimes it does, I believe they were one of the standout players from CU Boulder last season.
Well, looking could be what rather could be the last map of this series, getting set to Route 66, and I mean at this point in time. The aggression from St. Clair has gotten more and more dominant as the series has kind of gone on, right? A slow start in the opening point of Lijiang Tower, but a quick comeback on the second point, and then even on their offense. St. Clair got in their own way sometimes more than anything else, as you kind of expect, elements of the fights they were taking to be a little bit cleaner, right? We look at that first point on Kings Row on St. Clair's offense, and they got a chance, their support's kind of running a little amok, if you will, stepping a little too far forward where the DPS for Ashland kind of punished them. So if St. Clair can kind of, curtail that over-aggression, there's a real chance to kind of just run through this map as well.
There really is. Route 66, though, definitely offers a couple of different opportunities for what you can run here, and we're seeing Varsity go to the Sigma actually for the very first time here today. Memes on the Zen as well. So an interesting look coming out from Ashland, but I think with a composition like this, you're looking to follow these Discord orbs. You're looking to take people out of the equation just as quickly as you can.
5, 4, 3, 2.
The problem is this is a very vulnerable composition to being dove. You really have... you've got 4 layers of defense. You've got the primary layer, which is the knockback of the accretion. The secondary line of defense is the immortality field. And the third is the the Zen's kind of kick. And of course, the fourth is the damage that you deal on their entry. But they kind of missed their window for damage. So that line of defense is already out.
Squeak jumps up very, very early. That's going to be Crime taking out Memes initially. Immortality Field has to be committed by Revelia to let them stay alive and try to hold on top of the gas station, but not going to be able to do that through all of the damage coming in from St. Clair.
So that's 2 lines of defense that were missed, 2 that were used but just kind of got blown away real quickly, and St. Clair win the fight. Right? The accretion goes wide. The immortality field is destroyed. The kick cannot land. and the damage just does not happen. So Ashland University, their comp kind of falls apart, and now it's really tough for them to re-enter into this fight.
It really, really is, because you don't necessarily want to put Varsity on the Sigma on point as well, because he just he works so much better at a distance. B1H is able to take the main take Squeak out of the fight, so 1.5 meters left to go here for St. Clair. They're likely just going to hold back until Squeak rejoins the fight.
Yeah, they do have to wait here. It's good pickoff by Crime. This is going to allow you know, a re-entry into this fight, and the Infrasight putting everyone on notice.
Oh, that's going to be Squeak and Emran both finding picks right after Ovalia commits the amplification matrix as well. So St. Clair able to deal with that very, very quickly, very efficiently, and now it's going to be Emran looking to see if they can find one last pick.
Yeah, I think they're changing here. Emran likely to switch over to something a little bit more mobile. Perhaps not. Okay.
Yeah. First time we've seen Bastion, I think, this season as well.
Yes, a couple of nice shots from Crime here as they've gotten up on an extreme flank.
Yeah.
And Ashland are fighting... Oh, no, they're fighting from behind consistently. This is very, very unfortunate. I mean, Ashland... You hope that B1H can hunt down Crime here. Sombra obviously can go invisible. You can see the Crime is being sort of, you know, hunted for here in the backline, but they'll get away. It goes from bad to worse, though, Juggle God. You've got 3 ultimates here for St. Clair. You've got the Kitsune Rush, of course. It just does not get easier from here on out.
No, it does not. Already we're seeing Varsity take a tremendous amount of damage. Emran going to be able to finish them off. Redx does use the sound barrier. That's going to allow St. Clair to continue to go very aggressive. Crime picking up a kill once again, and now with Squeak pushing very, very aggressively off again of that... off of those kills, able to pretty much secure now second point for St. Clair.
Yeah, the 2 slowdowns that St. Clair has had has been, one, the overextension from Squeak on first, and now the fact they got off the objective for that last fight. So realistically, not a ton of time that they've wasted.
Oh my
Crime continues their reign of terror here.
Oh my
and
gosh.
that's a couple of shots. I mean, Vasquez dead here. There's no way the Sigma gets out alive.
Oh,
there it is.
wow.
Another clean headshot before they can round the corner. Crime is literally getting away scot-free.
Yeah, Crime is getting away with murder right here. Memes able to find a pick onto Emran. That'll slow things down just a little bit. Now we see Varsity going over to the Wrecking Ball, seeing if maybe they can find a way to shut down Crime a little bit. And, you know, you're absolutely right. We were singing Emran's praises, but this round, at least, this half, it has been Crime all the way. Revalia finally shutting them down.
Still not done yet, though. Cart has barely been stymied whatsoever. Couple of nice kills coming in, and ooh, B1H in the meanwhile, they kind of hunt down 2 players. Looks like perhaps a hat comes in. Crime doesn't care whether the point of view is on them or not. They're gonna get kills.
No, they are. It's just over and over again. EMP comes in. That's going to shut down Squeak and our Junk. Squeak pops the Primal Rage right after that. But B1H keeping the pressure on them, putting the hack on them as well, seeing if they can help Junk through that extra health now that Squeak has got. But the damage, once again, already been done by St. Clair. And so B1H at this point is just doing damage control, maybe trying to see if they can poke out this Winston, but they get away scot-free.
Oh, this is disastrous. B1H nearly gets taken down. Cheesy Dance additionally gets eliminated. Emran, a little bit of a celebratory mortar strike here. Doesn't get any damage down. Does, you know, section off players.
Yeah. It's going to be a nice minefield coming in from Varsity. Meme's going to be forced to use the Transcendence as well. Revalia goes down low, but able to be healed up by that aura from our Omnic Monk. Now Crime just waits patiently for Cheesy Dance to show their head. Taking it off in short order. Redx using the sound barrier once again to allow them to just continue this very, very aggressive push. B1H does take Squeak out of the equation, but it still might be St. Clair able to push a little bit more, especially with Emran taking out Memes, who has now swapped over to the Tracer.
Ooh, B1H forced to recall before they can get the elimination, but Redx will be cleaned up by Cheesy Dance. The big problem here, of course, is that St. Clair have been wasting their own time. They need to win these fights out cleanly. It's been a real scrap, and Ashland University have not quite lost yet, and they've taken off 2 minutes of that time bank at this point.
They have. They put up a great effort here. Now Varsity coming back in. If they can get a minefield online soon, they can maybe burn a little bit more time off the clock here. Not sure if this fight's going to turn the way of Ashland University. But you want to take it out right before they can use the EMP as well. That is devastating for Ashland University, but Cheesy Dance is dancing around until Squeak able to find them. Now this card should be able to get moving, but it's going to be another EMP now from B1H. Vasuki getting ready to get those mines online as well. Just a few more percentage, but their health is going down by the moment. They aren't going to get it. Squeak with the Primal Rage takes them out right before it can come online, but Cheesy Dance is back. Let's see how long they can survive. They need to burn more time off this clock. A little more than a meter and a half left to go here, but Vasuki back out on the wrecking ball. The minefields are down. Squeak now just looks like almost a DC there for a second. They are going to be able to get out of dodge. Ashland might have a hold here.
That's not being done yet. There's a couple of clean heads.
It's going to be a huge push now coming in. We see the bubble committed once again. St. Clair still getting the kills they need, but now they're down to under a minute left. They finally get the capture. But Ashland University, a phenomenal effort to just bleed the time bank.
God, a spectacular stagger there from Ashland University. 4 minutes turns into less than 1. And St. Clair, I mean, they've consistently been the team that wants to showboat a little at the tail end. This time around, it comes back to haunt them. And what should have been a closeout with a minute and a half remaining, they get strained a further 40 seconds. So St. Clair College, I mean, at times their own worst enemy in Ashland University, doable at the very least.
Oh, yeah.
They need to complete the map now.
They do. They had trouble with that on Kings Row, so not entirely sure what they're going to be able to pull out here, but they seem to have found potentially a formula that works for them here, and surprisingly, it's been the Wrecking Ball. I think that's given them a lot of help, as has the Sombra. I think these two in combination really kind of perplex St. Clair a little bit.
Part of that comes down to the fact that St. Clair just did not ever reset, right? They kept these skirmishes going, and with this respawn factor, it favors the defense in that scenario. So, yeah, to a certain extent, I agree that the composition did favor Ashland University slightly, but St. Clair, again, it's tough to say that it was a better composition because St. Clair also overstayed their welcome.
Right. And maybe this, was Ashland University realizing some of this and seeing, the opportunity for that. Emran trying to push out the memes. Revelia goes down very low right at the beginning. Arjun going to be hacked. Now Squeak pushing forward after using their bubble as well. They're going to go down low, but not before they're able to find memes. It's going to be a pick on either side, though. One support down for each, but I think I got to favor Ashland in this. That is until Emran able to find Revelia. The hack comes in onto them, but B1H not able to follow it up. They eventually get back to them, but again, St. Clair holds on just a little bit stronger.
This is going to force a retreat, though, from St. Clair, at least temporarily. They are losing a lot of players. Vasquez staying alive is going to be very critical to this because now you're able to actually recontest with your tank player, chasing down the Widow.
Gonna be a pile driver coming in. Widow getting targeted furiously right now, but the peel, the supports are there. Here comes a hack onto them now. That's gonna be a deadly duo, but they're able to grapple over to the Mega, now getting chased once again. But it's actually University having a very hard time pinning them down, taking them out of the fight. Now Vasuki forced to drop back and try and help on card, as in the meantime, St. Clair has put so much pressure on, they've gotten the picks they need.
That was some spectacular fancy footwork from Crime in that sense, just dancing around the health packs. And credit to the supports, of course, from being able to keep them alive. Emran is dead here, surely. Surely Emran is dead.
One would imagine, one would think they do eventually go down. Biting off more than they can chew. This is a golden opportunity now for Ashland University to get some momentum, get some movement going. Once again, Crime staying out of harm's way. Now we've got Squeak in the back line going ham. They're able to find memes, but Red X has been removed as well. So Ashland University with maybe an advantage here, although if it is, it's going to be very slight. Now, nice move by Fasuki to try and get pick again onto Crime. They eventually get up, but not before they go down too. Emran will find Cheesy Dance with the Rip Tire as well. And it's not over yet. St. Clair College comes back in this fight.
Ashland University has one opportunity to close this half out, to close this point out, I should say. They have 5 ultimates, right? And St. Clair has nothing. So,
What? That was ridiculous. That was absolutely huge. That should not have happened. It was a golden opportunity there for Ashland University. So now they've just given more time away here. And Squeak gonna take full advantage of it, trying to keep Yenchi in the backline. EMP is going to land on a Red X and Emran.
There's no follow-up.
Yeah, there's no follow-up there. They're unable to get anything done from a Cheesy Dance, however, eventually finds the pick. We've got the minefield now on point. Couple of picks coming in favor of them, but Squeak and Crime combined to keep it at least relatively even here. Masuki eventually starts to turn things the other way. Revelia forced to use the Coalescence too. That is 4 out of 5 ults.
4 out of 5 ults, and I mean, they've barely gained any progress. There is going to be a recontest here for St. Clair. Squeak is still in the thick of things. We'll get a health pack back, and bumps their head. They're gonna die now.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that. As a Winston player, you just don't quite get out of the doorway, and yeah, hit your head on that edge there. But we got a nano boost here committed to Crime. They're gonna let loose with a barrage as well. Doesn't find anything, unfortunately for them. Couple of seconds left to go here. Memes takes Red X out of the fight. Ashland University with the Dragon Blade online. Emran able to take them out. Revelia falls as well. Now we got a Primal Rage on point. Overtime taking over. Somebody has to touch from Ashland, but they won't. And that will be that. St. Clair with a 3-0 finish over Ashland.
I mean, just theater at the very end there. Shenanigans, strange behavior indeed. St. Clair playing wild, but they're able to close it out. And hey, I mean, credit to St. Clair. You're gonna be able to kind of play the villain in that game. You better walk away with the victory, confidently. They do so. So 3-0 undefeated scoreline here in the season for St. Clair College. They'll improve to 7-0 here in the final moment. And I mean, Crime indeed stepped up in a big way on the Widow. I just a dominant performance in the offense.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And another thing I think we really have to commend Crime for, we talked about it a little bit, was just how well they were able to kite away from damage. Of course, a lot of that due as well to the rest of the team peeling back for Crime, keeping them alive, allowing them to continue to have value. So tremendous play coming out today from St. Clair College. Ashland University, they showed up too at times. We saw a lot of good stuff coming out from them. I like the adaptations they tried to make towards the end. This wasn't quite enough to get it done at the end of the day.
No, it wasn't. I mean, in fairness to them, as we said, they are the underdog team coming into this game. So I don't think they should hang their heads at the outcome of this event. It really is going to be coming down to kind of buckling up and just trying to improve for the next game that comes through. So just again, a hearty congratulations to St. Clair for dominant performance as they'll cement a 7-0 scoreline here.
Yeah, that's absolutely tremendous for them, and definitely going to serve them well in the playoffs moving forward. Ashland, 4-3 record right now, sitting at about a little bit above 500 there. So, kudos to them again. Maybe they can squeak out another win before that regular season ends. But today, not going to be the day for them. And Ashland, or rather St. Clair, going to be curious to see who they go up against next to kind of round out this season. But we've got an interview coming up here, LaFon.
Hi there.
Oh, there it is. St. Clair College. Congratulations on the victories. You guys improved to 7-0 on the season with a 3-0 victory here over Ashland University. Take a moment here. Obviously, St. Clair College, a program that has had some growth over the last couple of years. What's it like kind of running through this team at 7-0, being undefeated through the regular season so far?
Oh, I mean, it's great. Obviously, we came together as a team early this year. We were starting to really pick up some steam going through Overwatch 1, going into HuFest, and those other tournaments. So yeah, it feels really good to be rolling through Overwatch 2 so far.
Focusing on Overwatch 2 here for a second, of course, moving into a new game, it's a different look. There's, a paring down of a role as you lose one tank there. What has been the biggest adaptation for your team moving from Overwatch 1 into Overwatch 2?
Yeah, like you said, like only having one tank has been probably our biggest thing that we've had to overcome so far. Transitioning to having a squeak play kind of everything at this point has been a little challenging, but we've been scrimming a lot, so we're pushing through it.
Excellent. And looking towards the rest of the season here, what are your expectations for St. Clair College in the postseason? Since we're getting very close to that right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're hoping to just close out the rest of the season undefeated. We're kind of just taking it one game at a time right now. We're not putting too much thought into playoffs. We just want to close out the regular season as best we can and keep improving.
Excellent. And before we let you go, anyone you would like to give a shout out to today? Teammates, friends, family, whoever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna shout out my goat Crime. You saw that play of the game. I mean, that guy does not miss.
Yeah.
If he didn't click as many heads as he does, we wouldn't be winning this many games. He's really been popping off.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Junk. Congratulations again to you, and good luck with the rest of the season and in the postseason.
All right, thanks a lot. Have a good one.
All right.
Tremendous stuff there from St. Clair's. They, as we said, improved to a perfect record so far in the season, 7-0, take it one game at a time, as we heard in the interview. So tremendous stuff, of course, from St. Clair College. They're a 3-0 victory over Ashland University.
Yes, but we've got one more thing to mention, and that is that our friends at Army ROTC want to give you a chance to win a free Camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Check out the Nays Star League Twitter to enter. So remember to go visit that. We've got that giveaway still happening, but we've got another series coming our way here, LaFon, to close out the evening, at least on the Overwatch side.
Yeah, when we return, it will be more Overwatch action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Best idea of what he's actually capable of, and you know, that second stock that he had against Woodchuck Man was actually pretty clean, and we're seeing right now 130% just added on unanswered into an M smash round from the beginning of the season.
Yeah, you get a little hopeful, you get a little excited, and then they defy all expectations. They come in here and they start to dominate Lackawanna, one of the best teams in their division. This is an incredible performance, but Aoka with a great steal of their own. I can't wait to watch the replay on this.
Around in the last second, T-Bam 3 kills. Might I add to that one? This time ISO's gonna open up, and just in behind, he slays out onto 2. Backline of Churching Sea player number 4 looking to hunt him down, but he just can't win it out. ISO frying on Tuscan.
Advon already down to half HP with a well-placed rail. The grab misses again.
Who's going to be able to take up? But look at this. It's good finding both supports again. Chaco Man is well. This is going to be it. It's good show here on King's Row. So
I've said this before, but it looks like not everyone was there immediately. I don't know that they're going to be here fast. Diego's got the ult and smite in the pit immediately.
Where's the TP? Oh, look at the back line. That combination. Amumu Akali. It's a triple kill. Oh, it's not the quadra. It's a godlike Lucy instead.
With the help of Purple Panda. Flash out and they get rid of Sammy. Nice shot there from Doug downfield. And Jung's going to double down into the situation. So Western looking to look for 11 right now. Bomb's going to be her. Doug's going to straight transfer Blaines too. So
Might have lost out on Aryan there in that first map swapped in. Kinmeister, but I'm loving the aggression that we're seeing. Kinmeister with the quad kill on the anti-eco.
Welcome back to the show. Quick look, of course, at the schedule for the week. Overwatch 2 and League of Legends here on Tuesday, Valorant on Wednesday, as we saw in that #1 play in the highlight pack there. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on Thursday. Rocket League Super Smash Bros. Again on Friday. And then Overwatch 2 and Rocket League Saturday and Sunday. This is, of course, moving into the playoff side of the bracket. So a little bit different than the regular season. A couple of different showcases happening up on the next couple of days here coming up next week. So tremendous amount of stuff going down here at the NACE Star League. Juggle got some excellent esports action. But that is, of course, for another day. For now, we must return to the task at hand, and that is game number 2 of the Overwatch schedule here in week number 4 for the NACE Star League, as we have Northeastern University and University of Cincinnati showcasing their stuff in our game coming up.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. I imagine we've got Sklee, Spectro, Needs, Timid, and Scoop for Northeastern University, who is sporting a 6-0 record, but University of Cincinnati also at 6-0. Going to be led by Silver Talon and Dog Chew, Penguinator, and Reginald. So both of these squads here, I mean, this is a big matchup for these two. Both of them surely going to be making it into the postseason. Question is, though, who's going to be on top when they get there? And this game going to start to give us an idea of just who that'll be.
Yeah, having a sense of kind of the leader, right? Taking the number 1 seed, right, is going to be very important coming in, because it kind of gives you a little bit more breathing room heading into the postseason, getting a sense there. So, I mean, as we got to look at the predictions here between you and I, seems to be a little bit of split of opinion.
Yeah.
As I go for Northeastern University, you're over there with the University of Cincinnati.
Yeah. Well, you know, I know at least one of the players on Cincinnati, Penguinator, somebody I've run into for here and there. So I know what they're going to be bringing to the table. I like what I've seen from in the past. And yeah, I mean, but this could really go either way between these two teams.
Yeah, again, this is the first time we're seeing these two teams on broadcast. We don't have a wealth of game tape for them. It's tough to really draw conclusions based solely on their record. So as we load into map number 1 in just a moment, we have to highlight the fact that this opening gambit is really going to be all about sort of setting the stage. The team that I think plays a little bit more clinically, a little bit more, effectively in this first map is going to be the one that I think is really the favorite trending throughout the later stage of the series, just based on the fact, again, we don't have a lot of footage. So this is our first real exposure to this roster here in the NACE Star League.
And of course, what better place to start things out than Lijiang Tower? It's, almost a perfect season as far as Lijiang Tower is concerned, right? Making it to be the first map out the gates. At this point, I mean, how many matches have you and I seen now? This is going to be coming on match number 8, I think that we're casting together here for NACE. So 7 out of 8, starting on Lijiang Tower.
Very familiar map, and I'm starting to dislike it as much as King's Row, so there's that. These players are making me dislike seeing this map in my ranked games.
Oh, no, really? I mean, it's interesting, because this has historically been my favorite map as well, but I'm starting to kind of feel it, too. It's like, all right, let's see something else. Let's go back to Busan, right? Let's see Oasis. Let's check out some of these other maps, but not going to be the case today. They're going to keep us firmly planted here in Lijiang Tower. Those Lions.
Yeah.
A portent of things to come.
Yeah. Honestly, if Lijiang Tower and King's Row are your favorite maps, you probably think that, like, I don't know, plain cereal is your favorite meal.
Right? Yeah, no, I like Lijiang. King's Row, not as big of a fan. I gotta ask you, let's talk a little bit about the push maps. What's been your favorite one so far? Or let me say your least not favorite, or you know what I'm saying. My favorite, man, it's a draw between Esperanza and New Queen Street, actually. New Queen Street, because it's a Canadian map. I don't know. I gotta like it for that reason. Fair. But I think Esperanza has been the most fun to play. If I had to, I guess it'd be like Esperanza, followed closely by New Queen Street, and then a very big drop off, and then Coliseo. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I like Esperanza quite a bit. Out of the new maps, though, or what's the Lucio map? Yeah, that has to be my favorite one that's come out, at least just aesthetically. I think they just did a wonderful job with it and really captured, what I think Lucio, the character, brings to the table. So that's been my favorite map so far, new ones at least that they've come out with, at least from an aesthetic point of view. I mean, I'm trying to think of in terms of like performance. There aren't a lot of maps that I dislike playing on, Right. Like, there's no map I load into right now. I'm like, oh man, this map. Right. Maybe that's because they're new, whereas I've had 6 years on Overwatch 1 maps, so that might be part of it. Yeah, yeah.
All right, we're going into the dive comp. Well, it's less a dive. It's a rush comp here from Northeastern. They're running the Winston, subbing out a Reaper instead for a Genji. Again, much stronger on this current patch. Meanwhile, University of Cincinnati going all out brawl as we bring a Zarya in tow. The interesting thing here is the Hanzo, not really known for his close fighting capability, something that Northeastern University is going to really want to put paid to. So Chu gonna have to do a ton of work here from range.
That they are. Splee gonna have a hard time too. If they drop right in front of this Hanzo, they're gonna be able to chunk him down. It's exactly what we saw happen. That bubble disappeared as well. There's a headshot coming in as well from Chu. That's gonna cause Northeast to back off just a little bit, but they've got more map control, or at least point control right now than Cincinnati does. Especially with Andog having to be forced out, going back to get that Mega. That's going to give a lot of opportunity, a lot more aggressive power coming forward now for Northeastern. But it's going to be University of Cincinnati who finds the first pick. Silver Talon going to be able to take out Scoop. No supports left. This should be a quick cleanup here for Cincinnati.
Northeastern try 3 times to dive the backline of Cincinnati, and just each time a rebuff by damage from Chu, but also bubbles from Silver Talon. And University of Cincinnati make good on their threat of being good in close quarters with the Zarya. Chu, I mean, on a nice edge. If you're not hitting those headshots as Hanzo, you're not doing your job, but so far has been more than capable, as they already have a Dragon Strike at hand.
Yeah, that's huge. They're gonna let it loose already, sending it down through that white room. Slee gonna be able to find Neathrat. They're gonna be able to find Reginald and Chu, though. So looking to turn things around in short order. Gonna be Silver Talon and Andog finding a little bit of value, though. Silver Talon has to back off, so now it's just gonna be Splee left on point, but they've got bubbles for days because this is Zarya on this patch, and that 2.5 seconds feels like an eternity if you're playing against a Zarya.
Soundmere committed from both teams as Northeastern will come in with the final blow. Timid, barely holding on. As the Dragon Blade is selected, a good deflect to take out most of Spectre's HP, and the dash comes in. No other eliminations, though. Northeastern slowly losing players.
Yeah, they are. They were able to flip the point into their favor, but University of Cincinnati, I think, wisely backs off for a second, uses the time to regroup, and now coming back in force, but they're going to have to deal with Splee on the Primaling Winston, who's trying to knock people off the map, but instead a misstep puts them in the drink instead. A big misplay there coming out from the main tank of Northeastern, and University of Cincinnati, they will make them pay for it.
What a disaster of a fight. Just an absolute mess as Slee will switch over to the Zarya here. Now trying to return, and a big thing here now is that Northeastern has no defensive utility, just the protection Suzu and the barriers of the Zarya. Meanwhile, University of Cincinnati, there's the time, the combo, the Dragon Strike into the Grav. It's going to be loosed.
Here it comes. That's going to be a tremendous amount of damage going in, and like you said, nothing to really stop it from landing, stop that damage from going anywhere. So, a quick fight win for Cincinnati. We are now in last fight territory.
Chu with an ace, by the way. 5 final blows in that fight. It's not nearly as flashy because it was in a Grav, but nonetheless, you still get credit. And now Northeastern, yeah, exactly so. They're going to get a touch. They've got a lot of mobility here. It's still going to be really tough to try and close this one out, though.
It is, but they're going to start things off with a blade from Neats. Timid follows up. Going to be able to get a kill in between these Dragon Blade murders that are happening. And now Northeastern, they stop the point from getting capped fully.
Tough place for Penguinator to be. Uses the teleport of the Kiriko right into basically the entirety of Northeastern University and is taken out. So it's a very cheap fight for Northeastern. They only use the Blade, really. Now they're going to have the Kitsune Rush. They're going to have the Sound Barrier to defend as well. And I mean, University of Cincinnati don't have much to their name. You'd expect Andog's Blade to be defended against by the Sound Barrier, and instead it's go button now for Northeastern.
Reginald does have the Sound Barrier online, but Chu is already out of the fight. They have struck back, though. Found one of the DPS on the opposing squad. Needs looking for the deflect, seeing if they can maintain point presence right here, getting a little more damage. But now both Sound Barriers have been committed. Everybody trying to chunk through those shields. It has been turned over. Northeastern University let go possession of the map, and we've got a flurry of blows coming in. Splee trying to turn things around with a Graviton Surge, but unable to find the kills they necessarily are looking for. but they are going to start to flip this back over in their favor. It's just Sklee on point, a very high charge Zarya. They've got a little bit of help now. Can they turn this around? Because University of Cincinnati, they are full. They get a pair of picks. Just one player now. It's going to be the Genji trying to keep things alive on point for them, but they go down quickly. And with that, Cincinnati takes the first sub-map.
It's a tough place to beat. Northeastern choose to mirror the sound barriers out in that, you know, kind of harried fight. Unfortunately, perhaps not even necessary, as Northeastern were mostly healthy once they did it. And once it expired, of course, the blade was free to be let loose. And that really started a snowball of effects that University of Cincinnati never lost. And they'll take a round one. More commanding start here from University of Cincinnati and Northeastern. Have to make a comeback now as they've put themselves down behind 0-1. University of Cincinnati is strong showing in the opening frame of this map.
It really was. However, I do think that the swap from Sklee over to the Zarya really helped Northeastern quite a bit. So seeing Sklee start on the Zarya here now, I think we're going to see a closer matchup on Control Center. This one could very easily go 99-99. A little bit of difference in the squads right here. Chu opting for the Junkrat, which is very, very powerful here on Control Center. So a little surprising not to see it on Northeastern side. They do have the Sojourn instead, though, so it's hard to criticize that pick just considering how strong she is right now overall. A lot of pressure being put on point now. It's going to be Needs falling first to Chu, who is already at about 60% to their first Riptire as well. They find another pick, and with that, University of Cincinnati again takes first control.
Chu with the unorthodox selections on the flex DPS role and making them work. Hanzo's not really seen a ton of utility or a ton of usage in Overwatch 2, and Junkrat as well, not, you know, the most vibrant pick, and still, Chu is well ahead of their counterpart. Needs, in fact, going to mirror them out by switching over. Unfortunately, not getting nearly the same amount of value.
Sklee gets just burst down tremendously quickly. They will be able to survive for a moment, but can't say the same for Spectro, who is just now respawned. But Cincinnati, they are pushing phenomenally aggressively right now. Scoop tries to help Northeastern get out with the Kitsune rush. They are going to be able to push for it a little bit. Riptire going to be eliminated too. Cincinnati has lost Silver Talent, so they're going to be forced to back up to point. Sklee lets loose with the Graviton Surge. Andog the only one caught in it, but they're taken out as well. Chu still maintains value, though, still somehow keeping things alive for Cincinnati. Northeastern hasn't quite taken control of this point yet.
I mean, now it's trending towards that 60% mark. It's getting tougher and tougher to imagine a comeback from Northeastern. And they're so behind in resources as well.
Oh, wow. Sound barrier coming in now from Reginald. That should be followed, one would think, relatively quickly by the Suzu. Maybe the Graviton Surge, especially with Chu going down right now. They're going to need something to turn this around. We do see the Suzu come out, but very quickly after that, Northeastern bears their fangs, finds the picks they need. Silver Talon takes out Spectro, but this shouldn't be enough to turn things around. Northeastern should come away with control at this point.
Still, this is an extended fight that is only now going to turn the point back in Northeastern's side, and 84%, meaning University of Cincinnati are one fight away. I mean, as long as you don't layer your ultimates too heavily here, you expect them to kind of rock back in, right? The Graviton Surge should have the sound barrier taken care of, and the Blade then comes in right after that. Northeastern have to spend to kind of keep the point held in their favor. And, I mean, you're looking for a big Riptire here to start things off.
Yeah, you are. That's going to be massive. Takes the Blade out of the equation. Now a lot more damage coming in as well. Needs following it up with a pick on the Penguinator, too. Chu will strike back, but I don't think it's going to be enough, especially considering how close the spawn is. We're likely going to see just a quick regroup here.
Oh, I mean, you kind of commit to this fight if you're University of Cincinnati again. You're only one fight away, right? And you know that Northeastern has to spend.
Sklee very, very low right now. They do jump out of the way of the Graviton Surge. It is going to be a strike back, though, from Spectro. They find the pick onto the tank for Cincinnati. Riptire going out. Chu going to be taken out of the equation, though. Andog trying to chase down Timid, who is just dancing around on point with the Lucio. A very, very tough target to hit, especially with the Genji. Now, Sklee already back into the fight. Cincinnati did not get the picks as quick as they needed. And with Reginald out, too, who had the sound barrier online, this has gone from bad to worse for Cincinnati.
And now it's Northeastern returning and going to equalize in, percentage gained on the objective. And on top of that, economically resuscitate themselves here, because University of Cincinnati, all they're working with is support ultimates in the final fight of this map.
And Northeastern going to start things out, trying to keep tempo right here. Uses the Kitsune rush quickly. Reginald, that's going to force out the sound barrier, which means Neat's Riptire is going to be able to find a lot of value. Here it comes. If it lands, it's good. Reginald taken out. Penguinator uses the Kitsune rush, but it's not going to be enough to turn things around right here. Andog finds a lone kill on the Genji, but now they've got to try and turn things around. Never mind, it's just up to Silver Talon. They've got one bubble at least. I don't know if they have anything else, though, as Northeastern should be able to clean this up. It's just going to be a few staggers coming in from Cincinnati. They will be able to even this at one apiece.
Tale of this of Control really has been ultimates just not finding value when you're in sole control of the economy. And at this point in time, it's going to be Northeastern bringing it back. A very close round here, but nonetheless going to be 1-1. We have to go to a third and final point. Night Market will be the winning stage for this map number 1, an extended opening frame. And University of Cincinnati will return to their unorthodox look of the first round here as we get to a more open environment.
I still have much to learn.
True, going over to the Hanzo again. There will be some longer sight lines, I think, here. If you set yourself up kind of off point over near the Mega, that at our from our perspective, it is to the right side at this point. Gonna be curious to see exactly where they're gonna post up, though. Because Spectra is going to be the Spectra 2 duel, I think here is going to be pretty significant. Whoever's going to find more value with these long distance, long range characters may be the one who comes away with the point. Brawl happening right out front, though, of the point at the moment. It's going to be Sklee eclipsing Silver Talon, at least at the moment, in terms of ult percentage. Needs trying to get a little bit of a purchase now in the courtyard in front of point. Sklee seeing if they can keep the rest of Cincinnati at bay. Andog going very, very low. They are able to take them out now. Needs seeing if they can catch something with the deflex. Sklee just incredibly high charge now, chasing everybody down. Silver Talon goes down to about half health, but not before they eliminate Needs. 90% charge there as well for Silver Talon. Both of these Zaryas just doing an insane amount of damage at this point. Silver Talon staying alive by the thread. They do eventually go down, and in the meantime, Northeastern taking full control of this point. They have 20% already on the board. This is a fantastic start from them. Best start we've seen so far for them on Lijiang Tower.
Indeed, and that's now going to be an opportunity here to get a Graviton early. Again, Silver Talon has to build up to the energy that Sklee's kind of sitting at this point. Northeastern, I mean, they kind of have to, they really should commit to the fight right here, right now, I think.
They should. They've kind of let the Cincinnati squeak by them a little bit. Penguinator gets the Kitsune rush out. Graviton Surge going to be committed. Reginald is there, though, with the sound barrier. Now Scoop popping their own. Timid uses the sound barrier as well. That's going to allow Northeastern to go a little more aggressive here. And with a higher charge that Sklee should have at the moment, they're able to just rip through the back line of Cincinnati and take the second fight.
Yeah, just Andog, I was going to say Andog alive, and then they were down, so the full team kill comes in. Expensive fight for University of Cincinnati.
Yeah,
that was 3 ultimates they used. I mean, in fairness, mirrored out by Northeastern, but Northeastern is not the team fighting from behind. And, I mean, now you're heading towards final fight. Blade, Overclock at the ready. University of Cincinnati have nothing at hand. You're going to have to be really quick with footwork and these bubbles to keep themselves alive here.
They certainly are. Q's gonna throw out a Dragon Strike, see if they can find anything. But now the Dragon Blade from Neat starting to slice through the members of Cincinnati. This one's gonna be all over. Northeastern shows up in a tremendous way on Gardens to take Lijiang Tower in the end.
What a final showing there. The one expensive fight is the one that Northeastern, they recover from this time around, learning their lesson from round number 1. And they'll open the series with the first map, a long map it must be said, going 3 rounds, and even still, aside from the last one, going the distance. So, I mean, we have a truly explosive opportunity to witness these 2 squads face up against each other. 2 6-0s, I mean, playing exactly as they claimed to be. And, you know, in essence, Jungle God, a really good game early on.
Oh, yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Northeastern, though, outshowing Cincinnati here in the final moments on this final sub map here. Just an excellent use of their excellent rotation of their ultimates. They got tremendously more value of it, and honestly, I think it was a lot of it was due to the fact that Splee was just able to maintain that high charge on the Zarya, and Cincinnati had to fight from behind every single fight to try and build their Zarya up to charge before they could even really start to push out and make a case for themselves. And University of Cincinnati not even able to touch point on that last sub map. So hopefully with their map pick going into this next round, we could see something more from them, because they really just kind of fell off tremendously on Gardens. Or rather, Night Market.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems is when you're a good team, sometimes you think fights are winnable that really, I mean, the benefit of hindsight with the benefit of, you know, kind of the overhead aren't. You know, we obviously have the understanding of exactly what ultimates are coming through, exactly the positioning of every player, and kind of their HP at all times. That is not the case for the players in server. They are a very good team. They think they can win that fight, so they commit, you know, 3 resources to mirror out their opposition. Unfortunately, the game state was such that that ends up being a bad decision. But again, hindsight is 2020, so
hey,
we'll have to kind of get a resolution coming into the next map if they can shore up some of those, I mean, flaws that ended up losing the Night Market, as you said. Now, we head into map number 2. Paraíso is where we go next, and oh boy, this is an actual vacation for me as we're getting away from King's Row.
I'm so excited. I don't know if they heard us or somebody heard us on the broadcast, but I am absolutely thrilled to be going to Paraíso right now. This is going to be great. I can't wait to see what these two teams are going to bring to the table here. Now, let's talk a little bit about the first point here, because it's got some very interesting geometry, right? You've got kind of this high ground at like almost this 90-degree angle right before you get to first point that the defense can post up on. And, you know, it's interesting. I think you see a lot of teams post up there. Some of them, if they're looking maybe more for a brawl, they'll post a little further back. So I think just this this initial first point is going to tell us a lot about how these two teams are going to like to play this map in particular.
As a reminder, this is, of course, University of Cincinnati's map pick.
Yep.
After they were defeated on map number 1. So that does play into effect, right? Map order, or sorry, map selection, I suppose, does give you the technical advantage here, because you theoretically have practiced more on this, or expect this to be one of your more practiced maps. We'll see if Northeastern can reply in kind. And if you're able to steal away one of your opponent's map picks, then the likelihood of you winning the series goes up, right? Simply speaking, you cannot win a series without taking at least one of your opponent's map picks away. So
right.
We'll see if that continues, if that trend kind of continues here as we head into Paraíso in a second.
I just gotta say again, I absolutely love this map and what they did with it. There's one of the things I've really enjoyed about the new maps that Blizzard has come out with is I think they're more intricate. That's, you know, maybe not necessarily anything I've heard before, but just my own observations. They're more intricate. There's more alleyways. There's more places to hide. There's more things to jump off of as well, right? Like you see these little scooters, these cars, some of these boxes. I've just found these new maps to be much more dynamic as we moved into Overwatch 2. And again, can't wait to see exactly what each of these teams is going to do with it. Like this stretch right here, there's so many little hallways within all these little houses, apartments, and businesses that it's just really interesting watching people move around the map.
You get a chance to kind of, you know, hear the developers talk about the design changes that went into Overwatch 2, and I would assume, you know, the understanding they're moving to a 5 heroes instead of 6 definitely plays a part. So that'll be definitely a curious thing to kind of learn about. But for the moment, the only insight we get is into the gameplay of Northeastern and University of Cincinnati.
Cincinnati looked a little bit more. Go ahead. I
was going to say, funny story. I was in a game, and the team took a delayed fight on first to take a selfie in-game on the coastline, like on the beach.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's really funny. I like that. Wait, did you say this was in one of your ranked games or in a script?
Yeah, I was defending, and They took a pic. They were like, "All right, 1 second. We're gonna start the game in a moment, but we'll take a picture on that." I was like, "Okay." It's one of the strangest
so
things I've
funny.
seen. Yeah.
But you like it, right? Making some memories here on Paraíso.
No, we lost that. We lost that game, so I was peeved.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe not exactly the memory you want to have to remember. But Timid already finding Reginald right out the gates. Northeastern University taking things very quickly into their own hands. Pushing practically into spawn here. Cincinnati, I don't think they were quite ready for that kind of aggression.
Sklee's sensitivity has to be like 200 or something.
Right?
Jeez.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching him flip around here, like his 180 turns.
Does Sklee have like one of those, like, you know, those souvenir mouse pads that are like 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters, like tiny things? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Still very clean dive. You're looking for a re-entry here. Oh, that is going to be rough for Andog. Good boop.
Oh, wow. Yeah, able to dash out of the way of that Tesla cannon, get themselves on the point now, starting to put pressure here. Andog trying to find something from above. Cincinnati already down one member again as Sklee has found value with the Tesla cannon once again. But Cincinnati starting to turn things around. They're -1 tank now, -1 DPS. Should be able to get at least 2 ticks here. And if Northeastern is smart, they may be able to come back in for one more contest.
Ooh, you can see Timid trying to put a lot of pressure on that back line. Scoop will get away in time. Andog continues to just put a rain of terror down here.
Yeah, those shurikens doing a tremendous amount of damage. Scoop already coming out with the Kitsune rush. That's going to allow for a couple of kills. Scoop goes down to just a hair of health. But in the meantime, they're able to get the picks that they need. One player goes down, but it will be Cincinnati having to try again. And you know what? I thought that Northeastern would get there, would give them 2 ticks. They only gave them 1. That is huge for Northeastern.
I'm going to give a ton of credit to Scoop there. Just the fancy footwork, using the kit of Kiriko to perfection. Protection Suzu to stay alive selfishly at their feet, but then also using the teleport in just the right amount of time to kind of break Andog's ankles. Just tremendous amount of stuff. And now Northeastern, they're going to have 3 ultimates here.
Yeah, this is fantastic. And crucially, I think they've got the sound barrier. That's going to be one of the more important ones. But it's out of the equation now. Neat's going to have to use the Dragon Blade to see if they can turn things around. But the sound barrier is there from Reginald as well. 2 picks now in favor of Cincinnati. They are going to make it a third. Timid looks like they're going to be back. Sklee forced to pop the Primal Rage. That's going to bleed some time off the clock, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Cincinnati will take the first point.
Yeah, the big thing there, of course, is that the Dragon Strike catches Timid in a corner, and they're forced to take a really awkward angle, really awkward pathing out through the middle phase, through the objective, rather. And then Chu just lines up an easy shot to close things out. So just a really big play by the Hanzo for University of Cincinnati opens up those last 2 ticks. Northeastern going to make a switch over to a Zarya here in the second phase of Paraíso. And, I mean, Northeastern invested pretty heavily in that last fight. University of Cincinnati still have the Kitsune Rush, still have the Dragon Blade, and looking to make a lot of progress here on the second phase.
Self-destruct thrown in towards the high ground. They're going to drop and see if they can find Remech kill. Unable to. The sound barrier again in from Timid to try and keep some of this aggression at bay, but Cincinnati able to do enough damage through it all regardless to come up with a fight win. Timid tries to turn things the other way, as does Scoop, who was the hero before. They're still, in fact, I think living in the back line right now.
The big thing is with those 2 pickoffs from University of Cincinnati, Northeastern with their closer respawns are going to be able to come back in and contest. So that's a big pickup actually for Northeastern. You can see the retreat sounded for University of Cincinnati as they give up a ton of ground here. And Northeastern get to kind of reclaim their position.
Oh, wow. An absolutely spectacular use of the Kitsune Rush dive by Silver Talon to just burst down Spectro on the high ground. They weren't able to get out of dodge in time. Now, that 2-player disadvantage, Scoop is going to try and use the Kitsune Rush to see if they can turn things around. No pick's going to come out, though, for all of that effort. Northeastern trying to break back out here, seeing if they can continue to put the pressure on point. DMEC will come in as well. Sound barrier has to be used by Reginald. They're still finding picks, but a huge flurry of them coming out from Northeastern. Neats leading the way with it, but Andog turning things around. It's just going to be Neats left on point. They've got a sliver of health, and that will be Cincinnati capturing that point. But wow, Northeastern made a case for it.
They did. Andog recognizing, though, that they are on top as they come in with a little A little BM there at the very end. Give him a little what for? University of Cincinnati setting some pretty decent time. I mean that was a fight that came down to a game of inches, right? That's a trade back and forth, recognizing there is still a chance to win the fight out. So committing to it is not a bad idea. Unfortunately for Northeastern, it kind of bankrupts them, and now the University of Cincinnati have the opportunity to farm for this Dragon Blade and then displace with the Dragon Strike. So you know, lucky to try and close out with with over a minute here on this third phase.
Splee gonna go very aggressively now, having swapped over to the Winston. Silver Talon moves over to the Zarya as well, instead of the Diva. Second Predator taken out early, so the follow-up is gonna be there from Northeastern. This should be a pretty quick cleanup for them. But the cart is very close to completion now at this point. One good fight for Cincinnati, and they could capture.
Yes, and they are trending towards that fight win, right? There's that Dragon Blade that they had to kind of farm up. Splee taking a nice little advantageous position here. Advanced position. And trying to deal, you know, kind of just farm in some damage to the backline. Brilliant couple of headshots there.
Wow.
Penguinator expires timid.
And Dog now going to use the Dragon Blade Chew with the Dragon Strike as well. Immortality Field comes out to try and keep everybody alive. Splee doing as much as they can to keep their life, but Silverton Talon, who has gone back over to the Diva now, able to take them out. There will be the DMAC though, so Northeastern gonna see if they can turn this around now. Spectro able to find a value with the railgun. And Cincinnati, though, they're inching closer to completion.
The big thing, though, is University of Cincinnati, I do not think will get that over 1 minute mark, right? Even with the Blade, even with the sound barrier, with the sound barrier and the Matrix and the self-destruct coming through, they have to kind of play against, you know, the remaining tools from Northeastern. So, yeah, with only 7 seconds left, it's going to be under a minute here, which is important for the recapture time should they go to extra attacks.
It certainly should be. Penguinator has now procced the amplification matrix, so I'm anticipating this coming out very soon. That's going to force Spectro into a worse position now. They have to back off now. Neats with the sound barrier coming in for Northeastern. They found Penguinator. Reginald forced to use the sound barrier as well, but it's not going to be enough to keep the damage away. And with 30 seconds left to go, it's only going to be the self-destruct left here for Silver Talon, and this is an absolutely brutal stagger.
Unfortunately for Silver Talon, there's no way for them to escape this, right? They're getting healed by the cart enough. They can't remech. They literally cannot remech. Oh, they're gonna get the last couple final blows here too. Squeak goes down. This is not done yet. Still an opportunity here for the reset.
Huge. But the Immortality Field already has to be used by Penguinator as well. That's not necessarily a good thing either. So both squads in a bit of a tough position at the moment. Somebody, though, from Cincinnati going to have to be touching here. Likely going to be Silver Talon. We've got a couple of players on it. Maybe it was Reginald who pushed up there first. Now it's going to be up to Cincinnati to see if they can bleed some of these resources so that the self-destruct can hit and clear card the way it needs to do. Silver Talon using it just to remech at the moment. Able to get Scoop as well with the remech. Now they just have to try and take care of Splee, but they're chunking down Silver Talon a lot. Andog coming in with the blade now. Are they going to be able to finish it off because the Graviton Surge hit? There it's going to go, though. Cincinnati eventually captures, but it will be an OT, LaFon.
Yeah, it's the second fight, the second point, the third point as well. Mirrors of each other. And Dog needed to clutch up with a just tremendous amount of presence. And in the end, the Blade is able to cut through the Graviton Surge. Sklee not able to clean up. And, I mean, University of Cincinnati, still, it's tough, right? They came into third with, I think it was like 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
To be bled to that overtime marker means that Northeastern, should they capture with more than a minute, should they finish the map with more than a minute in the time bank, will deny University of Cincinnati any opportunity at a secondary attack. Still, that is looking to the future. And that is a curse indeed if you were to look at any profit beyond. But Northeastern now has to attack and complete the map, all three objectives.
No other option for them at the moment if they want to take this series to 2-0. Otherwise, Cincinnati will be able to tie it up. And Silver Talon going over to the Diva again. They had a lot of trouble, I think, staying alive on that last point with the high charge. Sorry, of course, the defense matrix not going to be able to take down those beams, take them out of play. So going to be vulnerable, I think, if Sklee opts to go over to the D.Va, but at least at the moment they're looking for something a little bit more dive related. But Spectro on the Widow, an interesting pick as well.
I don't think you commit to it if you're Spectra, right? You like kind of go for that one shot. You don't really see anything.
Yeah.
Switch over to likely the Sojourn.
One would think, yeah. Gonna be contest for the high ground here. Nice deflect, an eventual pick off onto Penguinator, but Neats goes down as well, but this is only gonna play into Northeastern's favor because of the respawn advantage. But with Scoop going down now, they should back off here and regroup. Yeah, Chu finding Spectre too. This is a regroup for Northeastern.
Yeah, they don't even get the D-Mech onto Silver Talon, who's now,
yeah.
I mean, doing quite well for themselves. Oh, still, Needs comes right back in on the respawn, and they're going to get Chu out. The biggest threat eliminated. And, yeah, just an opportunity to re-enter here now for Northeastern University.
Yeah, Penguinator in a very vulnerable position as well. That's going to be a bubble going on to Needs to see if they can chunk them down, but they're able to survive through it at least for the moment. Disruptor shot going to kind of clear the high ground a little bit as well. We're getting a contest coming out from Cincinnati at the last moment before that first tick is committed. That's a very high charge Zarya now on point. Sklee doing a ton of damage. Needs finds the pick on a Penguinator about 50% before they get the nano online. And with that, the snowball has commenced. Northeastern University will be taking this first point.
Very, very harried, but University of Cincinnati just can't quite recover from that many players being taken out. They can't quite reset in time. Silver Talon will reset a lot of the progress on the ult charge as they go over to the Zarya, and that means they're firmly behind Sklee at this point. They'll have to work overtime to try. Ooh, nice shot.
Oh, Chu.
I don't even think they were aiming for Scoop. I think they were aiming for Neats.
I think you're right. Sklee gonna be able to burst down Chu as well. Not able to get through that 250 HP bubble before that supercharged beam from Sklee did the work it needed to do. So, nice fight win here for Northeastern. And at this point, Cincinnati really needs to regroup.
They're not giving much of a choice. Andog is very weak. It looks like University of Cincinnati can be forced to kind of reset themselves for the objective. Silver Talon has made good headway, as they're now up to 77% on this grab. See Sklee's hunting for an opportunity here to lay theirs down in return. It's going to be an explosive next fight here, because we're about to have 10 ultimates on board.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Going to be curious to see who's going to make it out with the win and how expensive it will be. Sound Barrier committed in response to the blade of Andog, but Spectre is still going to be able to be chunked down. Now we've got Scoop with the Kitsune rush as well. That's going to be 4 ults committed by Northwestern, 4 as well from Cincinnati, and Northwestern coming away with the fight win in the end. Expensive for both sides, but worst situation here by far for Cincinnati.
I mean, Northeastern absolutely should have won that fight, right? You dump 4 ultimates in. Unless your opponent puts 5, you should be winning that fight. University of Cincinnati only put 3. Now, there is a recontest available here.
Yeah.
There is a recontest available here for University of Cincinnati. There is the Graviton Surge online, of course, coupled with a Dragon Strike. This is still very doable if they can get someone to the point to touch.
If they can, that is going to be the key. That is the question. Silver Talon going to be able to lose it. They catch 1 player. Here comes the Dragon Strike. Make that 2, actually. One of them gets through, the other doesn't. Sklee going down very, very low. They're trying to hide from the damage coming in. Spectra forced to back out just a little bit as well. Cincinnati with control of the cart, but if Northwestern can regroup quickly, ooh, with that pick on the Spectra, though, that's much less likely.
Yeah, they're going to have to reset here. Spectra, unfortunately, dashes just a little further past the health pack than they would have liked to. Perhaps if they'd gotten that Mega, things would have looked a little bit differently, but that is a universe we do not live in. University of Cincinnati, they will hold for the moment. Things are starting to stabilize just a little bit, equalize in resources. Northeastern, off the back of that fight, don't get much damage through, so they're not actually going to be able to generate much in terms of their ultimate bank. So University of Cincinnati should be able to build up towards a Blade, likely. Kitsune Rush, definitely. Andog, so very weak. But it's instead Spectro who will be reset. So Northeastern back to the drawing board here.
Yeah, a big fight when coming out for Cincinnati because, yeah, they wanted to try and get these ultimates online so they could have a decisive fight win here. But in the meantime, Splee has actually gotten a tremendous amount of their ult charge coming from behind, actually, I think, in the percentage to now have their Graviton Surge. So that's a big thing that Cincinnati's going to have to watch out for. But in the meantime, Reginald did build the sound barrier. And here comes the Graviton Surge. We've got the Kitsune Rush and the Sound Barrier. And Dog with the Dragon Blade going to be able to slice through everything Northeastern has. Cincinnati, great job being able to mitigate that aggression coming out from them and return it in kind.
Yeah, Neats dashes directly into the Graviton Surge. Unfortunately, Silver Talon is looking at them with the beam. So, high energy Zarya, no defense Genji, and you are dead. University of Cincinnati, actually, now as we trend towards final fight, are going to have a good combo come through. It's going to be the Dragon Strike and the Graviton Surge, something they've been able to make value out of. And, I mean, for Northeastern, they really need this Blade to find value. And, I mean, look how difficult it's going to be. Silver Talon is going to be looking for a Graviton here to shut people down.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We see the Sound Barrier committed a little early by Northeastern. Needs on the back of it with the Dragon Blade. Finds Chu. So despite the Graviton Surge coming in, they don't have the Dragon Strike to be able to follow it up. Cincinnati going down very low. Northeastern pushing in incredibly well. And with Silver Talon out of the fight, Chu now letting loose with the Dragon Strike. But it's going to be contested at the last moment. Dragon Strike knocking people off point. Silver Talon going over to the Diva to see if they can get the point. Cincinnati wants to win this outright right here, right now, but pick coming through on either side. Now the lion's share of them going towards Northeastern. They do get the cap, but only a minute and a half to try and finish this map.
Yeah, that was a good play by Northeastern to kind of commit to the fight aggressively, not play reactively. And University of Cincinnati are forced instead to respond, so that's what gives the point over to Northeastern, but it took them so long that they only get the benefit of getting the minute and a half from the third point unlock. And, I mean, now, at best, I would expect Northeastern to complete in overtime if they complete at all. Eyes on Sklee here. And Winston going to have to work overtime. The Primal Rage going to have to find value, as they'll have to push through the halfway mark here.
It's going to be Slee now pushing Chu down onto the low ground. Reginald goes low as well. They need to make sure they stay online. So they've got the Sound Barrier in response, but Scoop going to get the Kitsune Rush online first. That's going to lead to a kill onto Penguinator. Here comes the Sound Barrier, but the picks are there in time. Northeastern University will be on the precipice, will be on the brink of completing this map. Cincinnati needs to regroup fast.
Ooh, they're going to have a Blade. Oh, this is so good for University of Cincinnati. If they can get someone to contest, right? They have those three huge ultimates. It's going to really come down to can Sklee keep them in spawn with the Primal Rage. Easier said than done, for sure.
Oh, here we go. Huge aggressive push coming out now from Splee. They will be able to find Chu. Dragon Blade, Sound Barrier, Kitsune Rush, all committed now here by Cincinnati. Will they want to end this before it gets to a war situation? Just 0.3 meters separating Northeastern from completing this map. Scoop finds a kill. Neats finds a kill. They are turning this around. Dragon Blade now committed by Northeastern. They are going to have an opportunity to finish this map. They will get to see the second half of this point, and they will have the opportunity still to make this 2-0.
University of Cincinnati are unable to turn three ultimates into a fight when a lot of that comes down to Timid in the final fight, kiting so tremendously on Lucio, playing the wall ride perfectly, using the sound wave in just the correct time to kind of keep Andog at bay. And University of Cincinnati, I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves if they have those three huge utilities and cannot close out a fight. Still, I mean, if, you have to go to attack now, and Northeastern and University of Cincinnati, it resets 1 minute apiece. That's all you got.
It's all going to come down to this. Both teams did a pretty decent job of capturing that first point, but it was Northeastern who got it a little bit quicker. So if history tells us anything, it's that Northeastern, they at least know how to push through this point a little bit faster. But Cincinnati does have the benefit of 20/20 sight here, and if anything's to be believed, Chu on the Sombra could make things interesting, could make things a little difficult for Northeastern, but don't want to talk too much about that before the gates open.
Oh, this is so greedy from University of Cincinnati's defense, right? If if Spectro, if Northeastern is so greedy on the defense here, yeah, there it is, just a little too aggressive. And now Spectro has to work overtime to respond. Misses their shot. Misses their first 2 shots. This has gone from bad to worse. Northeastern running out of space really to work with. University of Cincinnati can re-aggress onto the objective now.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. Sklee, though, going up to about 50% charge, though, needs to find a little bit more. They need to find it quickly because University of Cincinnati has done a great job of now kind of controlling this point here. That's going to be 1 bubble committed by Sklee at least. Spectra, though, and Scoop finding a couple of big picks, turning things around, though. We are going to see the D-Mech as well on the Silver Talon. This was a golden opportunity for Cincinnati, but they let it go, and Northeastern will be able to get a full hold here on first point.
It's going to be a panic contest here from the Genji. It's just the Genji, and then it's not.
Yeah.
That will indeed be the hold coming through, so. A very risky pick with the Widowmaker, especially with the fact that Scoop gets taken out very swiftly, and Spectro misses the first couple of shots, but they make it count in the end, and great kiting from the remaining members of Northeastern University as they fall back to the objective, force and kind of bait University of Cincinnati to make an ugly play. That puts them on the low ground and really allows them to fight in Sklee's powerhouse. So Northeastern will complete the hold, and now at best, University of Cincinnati looking for a draw, doable, no doubt about it. Northeastern has exactly the same amount of time, but not the ideal scenario in the slightest.
It certainly isn't. This is a tough spot to say the least for Cincinnati. We're gonna see Chu bring out the Torbjorn, so that's definitely gonna make life very difficult for the likes of Neat and Timbit if they remain on the heroes that they're hovering over in spawn at the moment. I do like this pick coming out from Chu because not only is it gonna help with some of these more difficult to pin down characters, but Torbjorn in general, right, with their primary and secondary fire, they can chunk through a tank's HP pretty effectively.
Yeah, I mean Torbjorn, kind of a little bit of a threat, especially without the second tank, right?
Right.
Not able to mitigate some of that damage throughput. So yeah, for sure. Spectro could end up with just a headshot here. There it is.
Wow. Massive. Saw that done last round by Cincinnati. Says I've got something in the bank as well. Now we're gonna see if Cincinnati can kite just as effectively as Northeastern can. And continuing to stay on the Genji though. Reginald taken out now. No more turret as well for Chu, so it's gonna be free for Neats and Timid to start to push out onto point. We're already seeing that happen. Timid able to take Silver Talon out of the fight. That's absolutely devastating for Northeastern. Penguinator comes back in, is able to find Spectro, but that's gonna be it. A couple of players left on point, chewing as much as they can, but Northeastern University will go up 2-0 in the series on a hotly contested Paraíso.
Spectro gave the performance there that they absolutely needed, threatening the opposition so tremendously on that last fight. Forcing both Zarya bubbles out and not generating charge for the Zarya was a death sentence, not to speak of the brilliant headshot that was on the Genji onto Andog. So with that, University of
Lucio.
And Lucio, yeah. I mean, with that, though, Northeastern University jumped to a 2-0 series lead, putting themselves at match point. It's been a close game so far, Juggle, but even still, University of Cincinnati down in an 0-2 hole.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, Northeastern has just had that clutch factor in the end, right? They've been able to edge out Cincinnati a couple of times now. I mean, the third point on Lijiang Tower, very definitively, very obviously going the way of Northeastern, and then this last push as well, same story. So Northeastern just has a little bit more left in the tank, it seems, at the ends of these maps than University of Cincinnati, and that has definitely been the difference maker.
Well, we're not done yet.
Nope.
Still, at the very least, one more map to go. University of Cincinnati now in the unenviable position of needing to reverse sweep to find themselves victory and stay undefeated here in the regular season of the NACE Starlight 2022 fall season. That being said, Northeastern University probably want to try and close it out here, try and go for that flawless 3-0. We'll have to see what happens in map number 3. I did say that you would need to pick a map. You need to win your opponent's map pick at least once. been done. Things have just gotten a lot easier now for Northeastern University. Not done, but
Right.
a lot easier.
Yeah, because even if they take a loss in this next map, right, and we see the series go to 2-1, the only option is that Northeastern will then have their own map pick. So they're going to be able to kind of set the stage for the last couple of maps here. So it's a huge uphill battle for University of Cincinnati in that respect. But again, they've been able to go toe-to-toe with them pretty consistently here. So definitely not over yet. We just need to see a little bit more closing ability coming out from Cincinnati if they hope to reclaim the series as theirs.
Yeah, it's been a game of inches, really. I mean,
It has.
If Spectre doesn't hit that headshot onto Andog, this fight probably gets, that map probably goes to a draw. I mean, in that final fight, if the three ultimates that kind of come through, you're able to get the Blade and the Kitsune Rush and the Sound Barrier, probably ends up being a hole. So, a little bit of the fact that just can't buy a break right now if you're University of Cincinnati. And hey, I mean that's how it goes sometimes in competitive games, right?
Yep.
Now here on map 3, you got to throw that all away. It's one map at a time now. One map at a time. It's a best of one from here on out for University of Cincinnati, and they'll have to start with Route 66.
Seen it once today. Going to be exciting to see it again, see how these two teams approach it, because we saw some really interesting picks coming out from our first squads tonight. Particularly seeing the Sigma come out, seeing the Wrecking Ball come out. I wouldn't say necessarily unorthodox picks with the Sigma, but absolutely with the Wrecking Ball. So what kind of tricks do we have in store for us here on Route 66 from these two teams? Only time will tell us, but we can't talk about the map in general and some of the advantages it gives in certain situations, right? And on this first point, that high ground on the gas station around that first corner, of course, on top of Big Earl, is very, very valuable, kind of regardless of which kind of composition you're running.
Something to note, too, though, is that this has probably been the most unorthodox teams that we've seen over the regular season, right? Not really trending towards any particular style. I mean, we're seeing a lot of Zarya, of course, but Slee more than willing to bring out the Winston. A lot of D.Va as well. We've seen Chu kind of change. I mean, several, multiple heroes here. So,
yeah.
I mean, really, the only stable kind of position has been, I think, Andog on Genji, right?
Yeah.
In as much as that's kind of been stable, and Andog's performed tremendously, and the backline I think has been fairly stable as well with the Kiriko and the Lucio.
Yeah, teams really seem to have kind of settled into this, which has been an interesting difference, between the first 2 weeks that Kiriko was around and this week, the third week. And I think a lot of that has to do with seeing these Tier 1 players play Kiriko, right? And seeing how they kind of approach the game with Kiriko, because, yeah, like the first week, I think we saw a couple teams really experimenting with her. Second week, she was almost absent from a lot of these loadouts, a lot of these compositions. So really cool to see her making her presence known here.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is we've heard players, say that Kiriko is kind of busted, right, in terms of like what her kit brings. We've heard that from Blinn College actually in week number 1, and obviously interviews with coaches from Overwatch League staff. I believe Gunba also said that Kiriko a very, very strong hero. So clearly a lot of agreement there. Chu continues their reign of terror over Timid, and Timid is just on opening fights not really enjoyed being the Lucio in face of the Hanzo here.
Yeah, they should maybe play a little bit more like their namesake suggests, because they're certainly putting themselves in harm's way a little too much, a little too early on. Sklee taking a lot of damage now from Chu, who's just chunking those Hanzo arrows into them. Needs now trying to take that high ground position away from them, but Chu strikes again. Wow.
Spectro does not leave off. They just continue to put headshot after headshot down. And that's just going to end the fight.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another one, by the way, onto Silver Talon. You can see the HP go from basically full to nothing. And then Sklee just got the clean up there. So that's going to be a hold. And Northeastern University rescued by Spectro, really, in that fight.
Yeah, they really, really were. And that was a pretty long fight to lose as well for Cincinnati. I mean, not a whole lot of cart progress made at this point, and already a minute 15, minute 20 burned off the clock. So this is a great situation here for Northeastern already. Lee getting dropped down from the high ground once again by the pressure coming out from a couple of the Cincinnati members. Chu has the Dragon Strike online. Remains to be seen if they're going to try something with it. Spectro's out of the fight. That's a huge sniper win. Huge win there for Cincinnati. But Timid finds Reginald. So Cincinnati, they are getting these advantages early on, but they're not able to transition them into fight wins.
That is a big pickup. Nice play by Timid there. That's back-to-back kills off the back of the sound wave. One was an environmental onto their counterpart. The other was making sure that Chu could not exit the fight. And another hold here.
Wow.
Sweet will survive, but only barely.
Yeah. Silver Talon swapping back to the Diva just to get the mech back. Gonna lose a little bit of ult percentage there, but having the mecha much more important here because the self-destruct not honestly a very impactful ultimate, but impactful ultimates abound on Northeastern's side right now. We're gonna see sights popped initially, but Andog wins out the duel against Neat. Penguinator pops the Kitsune Rush. It's going to be a 3v3 now on point, but again, that's going to, that should at least favor Cincinnati. Dragon Blades will be online for both Genjis. It might just come down to who uses who's first. Oh, Andog, huge pick right there.
Actually, that's Spectro's kill. Andog deflecting the headshot into Timid. Unlucky. Yeah. Oh, there's another one.
Wow, Andog coming up big with these reflex right here. Keeping things in play for Cincinnati because Neats is dropped back onto point, finds a pick. Andog going to be using their Dragon Blade. They take Neats out of the fight first, but that's just going to leave Timid an opportunity to use the sound barrier so the blade gets value, but it's minimal. And now Timid coming up big again, this time repaying Chu for the favor they gave them at the beginning of the match. The sound barrier now committed by Cincinnati, so if they play their cards right here, this should be a point capture on the back of the Primal Rage as well.
The big thing, though, is that Neats has the blade. There's no sound barrier to defend against it. Andog will deflect, will dash away, but Spectro will be there for the cleanup. And now with 17 seconds left, this cannot be a D-mech. Talon, Silver Talon cannot lose their mech here.
Yeah. All right, they don't. That's a huge benefit here for Cincinnati. They're going to have a Dragon Strike. They're going to have the self-destruct, but they're not going to have Reginald.
Someone's in the objective. I don't know who it is. Actually, this is turned from bad to worse, as it looks like Cincinnati are going to get a back cap here. Northeastern overstaying their welcome. Yeah,
they got a little greedy. They got greedy for some of these picks out of spawn. And because of that, well, Sklee does find Andog, but it's just going to be that monkey left on point. We do see Scoop coming back into the mix. Neats with a deflect onto Chu gets one, but this should eventually go the way of Cincinnati. Finally, they get the cap.
Very, very greedy play by Northeastern comes back to punish them. There should have been no contest. The University of Cincinnati, I mean, credit to Andog yet again. I believe they were the one to kind of sneak past all the front line there to get through. Now, this is where the mental game comes into play. University of Cincinnati were at risk of being shut out, and now all of a sudden they have a new lease on life, and they get a pick off onto Timid as well. Northeastern, their biggest thing now is to not crumble mentally in this mid fight.
Because they know they have to realize they are very, very close to winning out this series, so they got to keep their heads on their shoulders. But right now, that's easier said than done, as both Chu and Andog combine to remove the DPS from Northeastern. Sklee following shortly thereafter, and support's just going to have to get out and hold on to their lives while the rest of their team regroups.
This is now a fight where, I mean, theoretically, Northeastern has the advantage, right? They're gonna have they just walk back in with more ultimates here, but I really cannot discount the fact that they're acting super scattered. There's a Kitsune Rush. They'll dial in onto Penguinator, so that's a good opening gambit here.
It certainly is. They're going to see if they can get away with maybe not using any other ultimates at this point. The DMAC comes into Silver Talon as well, but Andog does find Spectro. Timid comes in to repay the favor, though. We will see University of Cincinnati just back off for the moment and regroup.
So,
Oh, Chu.
What a nice shot. Chu, yeah, on the Hanzo has really been a threat.
Yeah.
And if they can keep this player on Hanzo, there is a real chance to kind of push through. The card has moved significantly far forward. There's a Dragon Strike to just zone off the objective. I don't know that it does much more than that.
No, it doesn't really look like it. In fact, nobody was really there at the moment as well. Of course, no way for them to really necessarily know that outside of a sonar arrow, but don't think they had that in play at the moment. Reginald gonna use the sound barrier though. Here comes the blade now from Andog to see if they can put this point to rest. But Andog has to go back and get a mega health pack as they went low. So no major value found from that. Silver Talon taken out before they're able to get back into their mech. Now Neats with the Dragon Blade. 5 seconds left to go. Can Northeastern put this one to rest this time around? And it looks like they will, in fact, be able to do that.
Given a second opportunity, they will not fail twice. And though Neats had possibly one of the more tragic Dragon Blades I've seen today, at least they close out the round in defense. University of Cincinnati, though, credit to that team. Never say die attitude.
Right?
I mean, that should have been a hold. That should have been a first point hold. No doubt about it. University, they just did not have the punching power to kind of get through. But again, credit to Andog, credit to Silver Talon, and the rest of the team to kind of just continue to put pressure on that fight. And yeah, spectacular stuff. As University of Cincinnati will give themselves a win condition. And now just really have to defend first a little bit more robustly. And they'll be able to take Route 66.
And certainly capable of doing that. You know, I think when it comes to first point holds, my mind immediately goes to Gibraltar, right? One where it's very doable to have a first point hold. But Route 66, I think follows shortly thereafter as well. I mean, we saw again how Northeastern just about had it, so definitely not out of the question for Cincinnati here. My question though is going to be Chew on the Junkrat on defense. This is, you know, we're talking about interesting picks, and that is certainly one.
Junkrat, okay, well, explosive is one way to put it.
Yes.
Vulnerable to range is another.
Yeah, and Spectro, yeah, Spectro certainly has that range. We're gonna see Chu trying to find some value here, getting in a little bit of damage here and there, but oh, now they're down to 12 HP. Yeah, a little too eager there. I think might have been University of Cincinnati going for this spawn hold here, but what that does mean is they'll essentially get 3 opportunities to try and hold back as long as they reset quickly and lose this fight quickly.
Yeah, Chu recognizes the Junkrat experiment was not going to find value, switches over to the Hanzo.
Yeah. It's an experiment for sure.
I mean, listen, you come up with a hypothesis, and the scientific method means that you have to test it.
Yep. Absolutely.
Can't just take the word of someone that it's going to not work.
Gotta find out for yourself, exactly. And right now, Reginald is finding out for themselves that they pushed a little too far forward this time. Splee able to get the pick, and Northeastern actually just able to demolish this next attempt coming out from Cincinnati. Silver Talon, the lone player on point, and I think they might have just left their team out to dry there to an extent.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? You kind of have to commit to that fight because the tank has to kind of lead the charge, but while that happens, I mean, University of Cincinnati, they have to respect the range damage of Northeastern, and unfortunately, just a cleaner dive from Northeastern, so credit to them. They're going to get another, maybe one more fight here if they can get a last-second contest. So, yeah, they're going to get to the objective, but Reginald's down again.
Reginald having a very tough time staying alive right now. Andog going low as well. Needs at full HP. They've got the Dragon Blade online. Again, Northeastern should be able to just cleanly take this first point.
Yeah, now this is, I mean, where things get a little rough for University of Cincinnati. They've not yet been able to get even a single ultimate online.
Yeah.
These fights have been so one-sided. And 4.5 minutes stand between Northeastern and that second checkpoint.
Ooh,
and I mean, you have to
be Andog.
Yeah, you have to expect that Northeastern are going to win a fight just based on ultimate advantage, right? And then you're only one fight away. So,
And here comes the Dragon Blade now from Neats. They're going to be able to slice through Penguinator to the next target. Goes down quickly. Andog removed before they're even able to dash over to them. And like you said, this is very quickly turned into one, maybe 2 fights, because the cart hasn't yet gone out of, gone through this gate.
I mean, the big problem now is that this is going to be a stagger.
What a stagger.
Oh, they don't actually stagger Silver Talon. Never mind. So that's essentially a contest. You're going to get 2 more fights here if you're University of Cincinnati. And at least you get the blade away from Northeastern. It's not ideal yet because you're still at a deficit walking through the opening, like through the choke point here. It's tough because I think University of Cincinnati, it's perfection now required from them, right? They need to be literally flawless on their way through, and they haven't been. They continue to be punished here in the backline.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, absolutely devastating dive coming in now from Northeastern University. Silver Talon gonna have to use their remech or their self-destruct in order to remech, but they don't even get that as Timid is able to take them out of the fight. And now if Cincinnati gets another attempt at this, it's going to be scuffed. But at least you can say they built up ultimates.
They've got every ultimate. I need someone to touch. There's a Dragon Strike on the point. Somebody needs to get there. It's gotta be Chu.
Chu at the last moment, but that's not who you want to have diving in first. And they are going to die first as well. We got the sound barrier and the blade out from Reginald. Kitsune rush as well. Cincinnati has to throw everything at this because they have to come away with the win here. Needs now peppering down Penguinator, going very low. They're going to have to take themselves out of the fight for a moment to try and heal up, but in the meantime, Splee and Spectre combined for a pair of kills. Northeastern University will be able to cruise to a victory here. Self-destruct comes in, but Silver Talon is already down. They find Splee, but it's not going to be enough. The respawns could come in, but they're going to be late, and Northeastern takes the series 3-0.
Takes the final moments there, and Northeastern, they give themselves an opportunity to lose it, but they don't let it fall from their grasp in the final moments, and that will be another 3-0 here on the night. They remain flawless with their scoreline 7-0. You look at the University of Cincinnati, and it's a pathetic, absolutely terrible 6-1, right? They're still looking pretty good heading into the postseason.
Oh, yeah.
So they're. I mean, they would have liked the victory here, no doubt about it. But I have to say, they've still looked tremendous all the way through. And I mean, a 6-1 scoreline is not something to be ashamed of whatsoever. Here we get the final snapshot of the game, of the match itself, and I mean. Credit to I mean on University of Cincinnati, you have to give a lot of credit to Andog, I think, for being one of the bigger players, one of the more impactful standout players overall. It just so happened that at this point in time, I think as the game went on, University of Cincinnati got focused. Andog specifically got focused more and more, and Northeastern just walks that to a victory.
Yeah, that was definitely the strongest I think we'd seen Northeastern look in this series so far. I mean, it was absolutely dominant on attack, and the defense as well, except for that one misplay, really unimpeachable as well. So great showing from them. But again, University of Cincinnati, I think they're going to have a lot to look back on from this matchup as well, a lot to learn. And I anticipate if these two squads see each other in the future, it's going to be even closer.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, listen, you got this is just the regular season. The moments that you're kind of playing for still, the real important moments come in the playoffs, in the postseason, when everything's on the line. You lose and you're out. Here, one loss, it's kind of just a preparatory setup, right? At this point, between these two teams specifically, because they're not really hunting for that, it's bragging rights at this point to stay flawless through to the tail end. Is it good for seeding? Absolutely. But it's not the be-all, end-all, and so now we look to the playoffs and say, what damage can these two teams do? And I think University of Cincinnati, if they keep it up, could definitely be a team to watch out for.
Absolutely, but at the end of the day, it is going to be Northeastern keeping their perfect record in this season, and not a whole lot of time for somebody to take a chip out of that record either. So they're looking, both of these teams actually, like you said, looking fantastic, moving into the postseason where the games matter even more. Hopefully we will be having another interview coming up here soon, but it's been a great day of Overwatch. Surprised to see both of these games, though, go to a 3-0, as either one of them, I think, could have been a more extended series.
Well, I get to flex my predictions here as a perfect 2-0 on the day as well.
Indeed, indeed. I wouldn't expect anything less, though, from you, LaFon.
I'll let you in on a little. Actually, you know what? I'll save the secret for the end of the regular season. The end of the show. Yeah. You won't get my secrets that easily, everyone. It'll have to remain a mystery for now. But I mean, as we kind of look forward, right, into kind of beyond the regular season, into the play-ins, the last chance qualifiers, into the playoffs, something that we see at this time of the year is obviously we're trending towards a new meta. We know that's coming, right? That's not it's not really a gotcha at this point. We're seeing what it's going to kind of look like. Something to also highlight is how teams are translating their performance now for what we know is going to be on the books later. So obviously we got a taste of that from Northeastern through their victory, which, speaking of the victors here, we got an interview with Northeastern University and Neats stepping in. Congratulations on a 3-0 victory here. I mean, at the opening, literally the opening round, it looked like a tough one for you, but from then on, it ended up being a little bit more one-sided. Talk to me about the adaptations your team made, after the first round into the later stages of the map to kind of close out the series.
Yeah, I'll definitely admit those first few rounds were pretty close. I would just kind of give it to some nerves. A lot of viewers, we don't really warm up that much, probably not as much as we should have, but yeah, I mean, we just focus more on our shot calling and our comm structure so that we can get some better target focus mostly from Sklee, Simon, our main tank. And once he's in there and I can dive in there too, we can kind of clean it up pretty well.
Excellent. Now, let's talk about some of the unusual picks that we saw come out from University of Cincinnati tonight, especially on shoot, right? We saw the Hanzo, we saw the Junkrat several times. They were seeming to get a lot of value with it. How did you kind of keep them in check during this matchup?
Oh yeah, I mean, especially that third map, Chu was really popping off. He just kept taking out heads from across the map, it seems like. Just giving us a lot of issues there, but I think most of those just come down to positioning, where getting kind of, I guess, antsy in our plays and just not taking the smartest fights. So when we kind of ease back and just chill out, it's usually not that big of an issue there. So I think just kind of calming down, really.
Yeah, it makes sense. 2 questions from me here. The first one, of course, being that we have a kind of a preview of what the next meta is going to look like, right? We know what the kind of the patch is going to be coming in the future. We're seeing from your team, at least now in this current patch, some of that flexibility trending towards, sort of what the future is kind of going to be. What is that kind of fine line that you're riding between the past, the stuff that was strong, not 2 weeks ago, and the stuff that is coming in the future?
I think for the most part, we try to play to our strengths. We have Spectro on the Widowmaker. He's our hit scan god. So, if Soldieren's not as great, it's not too big of a deal. He can still go in a Widow and he can pop off like he did in that third map, getting those, or in that second map, getting those sick picks. So, for the most part, just playing into our strengths. And the meta is not too big of a deal, just because we have so many good players who can play so many different things. So, like from Sklee, our main tank, he can play. If it's on Winston or D.Va or Zarya or Ball, he's got us covered. So,
yeah, the follow-up question from that then actually ends up being with regards to your record. You guys are 7-0 now, right? That undefeated streak so far. Towards the last couple of games here, is it sort of a case in matches continue to try and iterate on kind of what you're running, or is it guns blazing, going for that flawless run?
I mean, it's a little bit of both, right? We got to keep refining our skills. Getting stronger as a team, but from here on out, we're going guns blazing. I guess we're playing St. Clair last time, assuming, and we played them a lot of times. They're a really good team, so can't wait to see them again.
All right, well, before we let you go here, Neats, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to on the broadcast? Teammates, friends, family, whoever you'd like.
Shout out to the team. We all played really well today. Shout out to Temporal, our coach. Always got the insight mid-match. In scrims, always very helpful. We brought it together today, for sure.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you go to celebrate your victory. Thank you so much for joining us, Neats, and again, congratulations on your victory.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
That is the 3-0 victory for Northeastern University as they remain undefeated in their conference here through 7 games of play. Jungle God, that is, our Overwatch game's done for the day, but we're not quite done yet.
No, we are not. We're going to be handing the reins off to a pair of new casters to take you through League of Legends tonight. So stick around for that. But in addition, remember, we also have our friends at Army ROTC who want to give you a chance to win a free Camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro, pictured right there on the screen. Check out the Naystar League Twitter to enter.
All right, amazing stuff. And with that, that's going to be it from us here on the desk for the Overwatch portion of the broadcast. When we return, there'll be 2 new faces, but it'll be some League of Legends action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a quick break.
It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Hello, everyone, and welcome into the NACE Super League. It is the fall 2022 season here for our League of Legends Open premiere. I'm Mad Magical, joined in by Soph-Chan. Soph-Chan, this is the first time I've actually gotten the pleasure to work with you, so why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, including myself?
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much for the introduction, Magical. It's a pleasure to be here working with NACE for the first time. And alongside you, well, I am primarily a League of Legends caster. It's a pleasure to be here working on more collegiate stuff. We love to see it. And Magical, what about you?
I'm a caster that's come in from the Academy scene, so I've worked for Riot for their Academy broadcast, as well as for the LPL. So I've got a little bit of a tenure here for League of Legends, been casting it for quite some time. I love it, as well as I love casting collegiate. And we get to see the season format right here. We're going to get through these nice and quick so we can get into our game so everyone can catch up and know exactly what we're talking about, because we got a lot ahead of us. We got some fun games that we'll commentate. We have a lot that we want to show you as well, so everyone is caught up to date on how the format is, because this is the third match of the day. We had 2 matches before that were Overwatch, and this one is the one that we have for League of Legends. And you can see right there, that is going to be the format that is breaking down how we look at all of the year, the season. We're now into, I believe we're getting into the last chance qualifiers now, with teams trying to fight over, making sure they can remain in the top, so that way they can fight for their own playoffs, hopes and dreams.
Yes, definitely, Magical. And I'm sure that today is going to be amazing. We have today's schedule coming up here. Of course, our match that's going to be broadcasted, UCF, University of Central Florida Knights versus UGA, University Georgia Black. And these 2 teams are looking really, really amazing, coming from the Open Premier Division East 1 Conference.
Yeah, these 2 teams are both their varsity rosters, so we should expect really good gameplay. Both of them, though, really close in the standings. A 4-2 for Central Florida, and then a 3-3 for Georgia, which means if Georgia are able to pick up this victory, they get themselves that much closer to making sure they are still in a contention for the playoffs, while UCF really need to make sure they take this victory so they can control their own fates and don't have to worry about any tiebreakers or anything like that, and they're guaranteed to be in the playoffs.
Yes, that's exactly what we're going to see here, because there's so much in line, right? We got championships coming off, we have the playoffs, we have prizes for the top 3, so it's going to be incredible. Let's have a look here. Scholarship pricing, 2,500 for the first place, 12,50 for the second place, 625 for the third place, bronze there.
So, hey, scholarship money is great. I know back when I was in college, when I was going to UCI, I would have loved a chance to play for all of this stuff, but that was also back way long before, like, the League of Legends scene really even took place. Shows my age. But let's talk about something more important. Let's talk about our sponsors. So, just give a quick shout out here to Extra Life. And so, Extra Life, just so everyone knows, this is a thing that does a lot for charities, for health as well. So play games to change kids' health, change the future. Join Extra Life today.
Yes, and do not forget that while we're all taking care of everybody's health, our health, and the players, of course, this community, you have to be also taking some fuel, some nom, some food into your system. And Dunkin' Donuts is the second sponsor that we're going to shout out here today. NACE Star League runs on Dunkin'. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Dunkin' near you.
Exactly. Honestly, it's always nice to have the donut sponsorship too, because donuts are great. But we also have the ROTC. So thank you for all of your support in esports and in collegiate especially, to try to make sure that we can bring these broadcasts to you. But even more important, even more exciting, is our friends at the Army ROTC. There we go, I can speak. Want to give you a chance to win free Camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Check out the the Nay Star League Twitter to enter.
Yeah, there we go. So much happening here. So many great companies backing us up. And we have on our screen here the format. Of course, it's a best of 3, a coin flip that's going to determine the draft and side preferences, meaning what is going to be the first team to get the first pick, and default World Championship rule set.
So we have all that is going to be brought to you for this game, for this best of 3, the final match of the day for the Nay Star League. It is week 4. We've got a lot of League of Legends that we have played, and now we get to see the rosters coming in from both of these teams. Looking at University of Central Florida against University of Georgia. So what are some standout players that you are looking towards today?
Yes, I am definitely looking towards Cody Doan on the side of Central Florida. He is the highest ranking player on that team, Grandmaster, followed by Vote and OP Kiwid on the master rank there. On the other side, we have our peaking players, Damari and Ryan Diamond 1. So I think we're going to have some good plays coming from jungle, coming from mid lane players there, and it's mainly going to be something rotating towards that side of the map.
I mean, and I'm also just looking towards not just the ranks, because a lot of people take rank as the end-all be-all. Hell, last week we actually saw Matt196, I believe was his name. Let me say I have my notes right here. So, where is it? Yeah, Matt 196. He played support, and he played 2 Amumu games, even though he was the D2 player amongst a bunch of Grandmasters and Master players. He was the standout player. He was the one making the plays for victory for his team that allowed Sunny Stony Brook to take that victory over NKU varsity team. So I gotta say, I'm just excited to see how these collegiate teams will battle it out, who's going to be able to come out on top, since, like I said, they're very close in the standings. 4-2 and a 3-3, as you can see on the screen. We already were able to get champion select done. Had a little bit of delay on my part, so now you're gonna see everything ahead. So what are some things you're a little excited or not excited to see?
Let's start with the bans, okay? So it's the things that come up first in the draft. So not surprised to see Maokai, not surprised to see the Sejuani, Viego, Seraphine as well. I mean, most of these bans are very, very standard magical. I've seen tons of that happening in collegiate, so nothing surprising at all. Maybe we have that Kindred ban there as maybe a targeted ban possibly alongside that Yorn. Always a super, super solid champion. But in regards to picks, what is your opinion?
I look at this and I'm actually saying that one team, they have a lot that they can utilize to scale. Looking at UCF, they have a lot of that potential as long as they can maybe not fall behind. They get the Akali out off the races. They get Graves a bit ahead. That can really help them out. But then that means they have to get through this strong mid game UGA have drafted for themselves. With a Hecarim Yumi composition, it is always difficult to deal with. Plus, you have a Camille. Plus, you have Syndra and Ezreal, just in case they need a little bit of scaling on their side. But honestly, it is a really good draft for UGA.
I definitely agree. UGA is coming not only with the picks in regards to going in and making sure that they start the team fights, but also making sure that if any of the champions on UCF side was getting away sneakily with just 10 health, you have the snipes from Ezra, you have the executes from Syndra, you have everything possible to chase them down and finalize all of those kills.
Exactly, and this is why if I have to have a prediction, I already put this prediction before, kind of just saying my notes from last week. I'm all on the UGA hype train. I think that they have what it takes. It might be a close series. I'm actually going to put it a 2-1 victory for them, but I see you're different. You're all back in the Central Florida hype train.
Oh yeah, I might be going choo-choo with them because I looked at those ranks, and of course, since I'm new here, that's as much as I can work with. We also have the bans, of course, we have the picks. The draft is on the table, so we can talk a little bit about that. But I still think that since you mentioned UCF has that scaling potential, they have a possibility of maintaining a secure top lane with Ornn there, being able to take down Camille, even though she's a very great duelist herself. On the bot lane, the Kais is going to be safe with Nautilus. Graves is going to be able to get those ganks in the mid lane, get Akali online. So I think I'm still going for UCF here.
Right.
I'm going to go for the Central Florida hype train on this one.
It's always fun having different opinions on a desk. I always like that more than just, oh, it's just going to be this team that wins. It's like, no, both teams have what it takes. We see what they're drafted for themselves. I like what you bring up. There's a lot of safety on the other side, even if they have an Akali. That is going to be a difficult thing against the Syndra if the Syndra plays well. But we can only find out as we get on to the Rift for Game 1 here for the Naystar League. It is the University of Central Florida facing off against the University of Georgia in our first game, or the last match of the day.
Indeed, and we already have 5 rotation here for the blue side
Love
of the
it.
map. River is dominated.
Love it.
The dancing is.
You don't know this about me, but there's what I call shenaniganeries. So shenaniganeries are anything that happens level 1. Right now, ooh, shenaniganery is going to be bound right now.
Look at
as
that.
Half gets spotted out, and he goes right into the waiting arms of Central Florida. First blood over to Cody Dunn.
First blood guaranteeing that crystal ball vision for Sofjan as the lead goes for Central Florida.
All right. Can I change my vote now?
Shenanigans.
Shenaniganeries. And can I change my vote now?
Okay, there we go.
Can I swap?
I will give you that. I will give you that.
All right. Well, I'm no coward. I'm staying with my votes. So now with that play, getting gold for Cody Dunn. You talked about it before, the highest ranked player on Central Florida. That is a great position to put in because this bot lane, while they could play a little bit safe, you want to look for level 2 advantages over Ezreal Yuumi. If you can get the level 2 over them, that means right out of the gates, you're looking for that fight. Make sure you can put that power over them since they're going to struggle a bit with the wave clear.
Yes, indeed they are. But to be fair, they have arrived early in the lane here. Cody Dunn is dominating this one. They're going to get the hook right onto Ezreal.
Level 1, not even waiting for level 2. Just going, hey, we have the advantage. We have the power in this bot lane off that first kill because you can look in the inventory. The Doran's Blade and the Longsword already giving that additional AD damage to really try to burst down Ryan Lee.
And in the mid lane here, Syndra is abusing, of course, that range that she has. Dark spheres all over the place. But absolutely, Cody Dunn here. They didn't even wait for those shenanigans on the level 2. It was just going to be level 1 action once again as they get some damage onto Ezreal.
I like this from OP. Looking for the invade, understanding that right now, you got a lot of power against the horse. He's got to scale up. He wants level 6. And if he can't get that, he's going to struggle as there is a fight. Nice Scatter of the Week comes out of Damari with the flash away. OP trying to get out of there, but another auto attack and popping the goats to make sure he can chase down just with the auto attacks alone. Damari gets the kill.
Yeah, it was just a decision that OP knew they were going to die. They get the flash over the wall, but they just stalled a little bit to get return of buy safely into their lane. So they wouldn't lose anything. Oh, once again, another hook!
What a fabulous hook coming in from Pepega Ruler. Also, what a wonderful name, gotta say.
Yes, absolutely. Iconic, that one. And really, the support is showing how much a Nautilus can have of pressure in the early game. And vaulting as well on Ornn, really showing me that Camille is not going to be the one to push advantage onto him.
Not yet, not yet. It takes usually until like level 9 when the Camille is really going to be able to fight well into Ornn, since Ornn, what's the old joke? It's he's an assassin, AD, AP, carry, bruiser, tank, support, assassin. Pretty much anything anything you can list is what Ornn is in the early stages of the game because he has such high base damages. And Camille, unfortunately, realizing that, though, with the recalls, SSHaft will be able to get back into the lane and at least farm up a little bit, but still, I'm waiting for that recall when you can actually buy maybe something to really contend against Volte, because Volte going with the back, not even trying to build up the item in lane, instead just wanting to get a little bit of health back and get some more wards and as well a health potion to help out.
Yes, definitely. We see here that University of Central Florida is... Oh, they were going aggressive, but it's now University of Georgia going for it.
Cody Dunn's got to be careful. The heal comes out, looking for the flash away. 2 flashes and a heal burned out by University of Georgia, making sure that they're getting this bot lane that looked like it was in a bit of a rough spot back in position as this happened. He got body blocked from the hook shot. It looked like it was going to be a trade, but now it's going to be mid lane. That's really in danger. The scatter of the week, though, Damari doing a good job of denying any sort of fight.
Yeah, so we see on all lanes basically at the same time. We had a deny happening from the team that was getting engaged upon on the top lane. Camille denied a little bit of the possibility of On taking even more because they were going to reset anyways. So they froze the lane there. In the mid lane, we had OP going for the engage. They couldn't quite get it. Syndra was in a good position, but Chemdems is here in a great position on Return of Vi themselves.
Yeah, Return of Vi was in a bit of a situation. However, if you look at the minimap, OP was right on the other side of the chickens, just waiting to see if there's going to be a further play attempted. Had they overextended, University of Georgia could have been heavily punished. But they didn't go further than the river. They didn't want to get themselves caught out because they didn't know the positioning of OP, which I think is a wise call to make sure that even if it is a slight gold lead for UCF, you're not letting that compound upon itself.
Yes, they really are not. University of Georgia are coming for the possibility of denying that advantage that University of Central Florida got in the beginning of the game. So they're going for aggressive plays. They're going for at least maintaining pressure on those lanes. We had that on mid and bottom lane. So really, they're once again, Pepega trying to get that hook shot ready to go. But they're still facing a little bit of a push coming from UGA themselves.
Uh-oh. SSF to already using the hook shot, wasn't able to get it onto the pillar, now in danger. OP shows up, the knockup from Volte, has the ult if necessary, but instead waiting it out, giving OP that kill.
Yeah, OP gets that one, and Chemdems is joining on the Kali here in mid lane.
Nice, short can flip away, but go back into the bot lane as Ryan Lee looks like he's in a bit of danger. Had already used the jump away, but will barely be able to get back towards the turret. The heal and the shield coming in from the cat makes it enough. By the way, what are your opinions of the cat?
Enough.
Wait,
hold on. Chemdems.
Hold on. Let's see. Return of Vi, getting a little bit of damage. Chemdems might be able to take him down. In fact, he does. He slays Akali in what could have been a very risky position. Now Volte showing up randomly saying, all right, now it's my turn. Chemdems, you are mine. I am Ornn, the god of thunder here on the Rift.
Yes, indeed they are. They're gonna forge onto your heads, make incredible weapons out of your body, and really, I'm really happy to see Volte.
Wait, is that how Ornn makes his items? He makes it from their dead bodies?
Okay, hear me out.
Oh, man, that's just morbid. Ornn, I didn't realize you're into that kind of taxidermy thing. That's weird. And now looks like SSF trying to fight aggressively against Volte again, who had already used the Call of the Forge God, but now OP again into the bot lane, again with the knockup. That's going to be the ultimatum coming in from Heft, but Heft cannot get away from the man with the shotgun or the Ram himself with the kill gifted over to Graves.
Incredible job coming from UCF, maintaining so much pressure, but UGA is really retaliating
that
too.
Was a great knockback from Candace as well. They get the 2 kills, denying Pepega from getting a Spider-Man that could have saved his life.
And they're going to go for this Drake here. They have the Scuttle Crab, they have the Vision, they have the Deep Ward in the jungle. Whereas on the other side, OP is not even close to either of the 2 objectives. So this probably is going to be a uncontested Drake for UGA. Yeah, I don't think they have any possibility of getting there. Maybe Return of Vi is trying to get some vision too.
It'll be risky. Even if you want to go for this play, you're going into Hecarim with Yuumi. That is a dangerous proposition, and you can see right there, realizing now that Ryan Lee's here, maybe you can get the damage, but had to get the exhaust coming in from Ryan Lee to make sure they get the slow with the shotgun flip, and then with a perfect execution to pick up the kill. They get the dragon as well. They turn it around, but it will be the unleashed power out of Dameron that was able to pick up the kill as OP's in the middle of everybody fighting back, getting the killing spree. I can't believe he's still alive for as long as he was now, but Pepega leader and Cody Dunn the flash in for the auto jack, the flash over the wall. Cody Dunn has flash back up, but doesn't want to go for it, but the dredge line connects. Ryan Lee, he will survive just barely with the heal coming in from the Zoomies.
Oh, Zoomings was really enough to maintain that Ezreal healthy for so long. The amount of summoner spells that were hit
Oh my
there!
god!
Oh!
He just keeps landing these dredge lines in positions that I just don't think are possible with the killer instinct in the back line. Top lane looks like it might be a solo kill again. 2 levels for Volti, looking for the slam with the hammer back as Cody Dunn. Here's underneath the turret. It will be a game pause because we did have the disconnect coming in from DFAM. So there we go.
We did play resume in 3 seconds, but wow, I so agree with you, Magical. There, really, the amount of hooks Pepega has been landing. But to be fair, the blink coming from Ryan as well was really good, maintaining themselves healthy for a little longer. But Cody stayed to go for the ulti into the dive, getting the kill, but unfortunately handling that 300 gold for Kingdoms on the retaliation for UGA.
Yeah, as we figure out everything that's going on. Never mind. The pause looked like it was a little bit bugged there for a second, but we're back. We're ready for this game. See, the team side of UCF, they're not doing too bad, especially for your Ornn, but that's not really who you want to have all that gold. You would love to see if you can transition that into Return of Bai or Cody Dunn. Having one of these two in a great position over the competition is going to be what makes or breaks the game, not having an Ornn that's fed.
Definitely, and Volte really is building such an advantage here. It's 203 versus that Camille on 0-4 and 20 plus CS in the lead. 150 gold bounty on that name.
Volte
so really that top lane is bouncing off.
Volte built a straight up Thornmail. Didn't even go for the mythic, just like,
wow, they did.
You're gonna have a miserable time up in this top lane, Heft. You're not allowed to have any fun. Sure, you have your Sheen, but you don't have the full Sheen item just yet. That means you're gonna be in a living hell pretty much anytime you try to face up against Volte.
Yes, they are, and really they're punishing that Camille so much. On the other side of the map as well, OP here taking the Herald for UCF, but Camden's made such a good rotation for all of the lanes, mid and bottom, especially bottom here, getting the kill on Cody Dunn. Definitely the highlight of the season.
Final chapter pop. That's going to be the dredge line. The kill. Going to be immediate there from Ryan Lee. You're not very tanky right now if you are Pepega, but Return of Bai, not in a good position. 1v4. That's the Twilight Shroud looking for the assassination onto Ryan Lee. Jumps over, but nice scatter the weak into the fear. Even if you have to jump away, Unleash Power takes it down.
Unleash Power is going to follow you to the end. The Execute especially is going to grant you that kill every single time. So yeah, unfortunately we saw Pepega going for something when they were not that tanky to be able to deal with it. On the other side of the map, UCF said, it's okay, we're going to get the planes, we're going to get the turrets, we're going to get 2 tiers here. Look at that. Ooh. Herald goes down, but they're going to take it because Haft is so far behind. They have no possibility of trying to fight that one back.
That play I also do like for UCF because they had OP with them. Another one of the members they can rely on as a carry, getting a lot of that gold in tandem with Volte. As long as you're making sure you're translating that gold elsewhere, that's really going to be the make or break for Volte. You can be full item Ornn all you want, but you're not going to be able to provide that damage that can get through these members unless you make sure someone else is right there with you to deal that damage.
Agreed, and that's what's going to be OP's immense power in this game. They have been building a lot. Cody Dunn as well is going to be that possibility. Return of Bai, of course, is the assassin, but they're a little more close range, so we need that sort of pressure from a little more far because Damari has that range, has a possibility of stunning. Vote is rotating here for the bottom lane alongside 2 other members that are going to collapse on this turret right here.
Yeah, they're looking, see if they can at least push in, then see if they can look for the dragon, but the fact that Camden was able to spot out OP makes it a little bit difficult. Here's going to be the depth charge. Not going to really help them out because they got the TP coming in from SSF. Now they're looking to see what they can find in the jungle. Here's the call of the Forge God. They take it on to the horse himself, and the horse is vanquished. Triple knockup from Volte. Ryan Lee is low. Even with the exhaust, it's not enough to stop Cody Dunn, as the cat will fall as well. They pick up everything they could possibly want. It's a full ace only for the life of Pepega.
Yeah, relentless UCF on this one. Really, since the beginning of the game, from the very first second they got the first blood, magical. They have the dance on point. They have the pushes on point. They have those flanks on point, and they're going to be able to guarantee pressure as they have here with all the vision in the lower river to get the Drake, secure the second onto their name, and it's going to be exactly what they need. Look at that returner by getting so many placings as well. The gold is going to be incredible for them as they build onto their first item. Dark Seal is still on 2 stacks, so that's going to be probably building up all throughout the game. But Magical, how are you feeling about your prediction right now?
It was going great until that last fight. It was going swimmingly. It was a close game. Georgia had avenues, but it was well played from the side of University of Central Florida, splitting and conquering, dividing and divide and conquer, splitting and killing. I don't know.
There we go.
I put myself into a corner right there. I'm like, all right, divide and conquer, splitting and spitting.
No, just no.
But orange spitting straight up flames. What do you mean?
I mean, to be fair, yeah, you're right on that one. It just sounds hella weird. Come on.
Look, it's a stretch, and I know it, but I'm trying to make it work. Right now, return to buy, trying to make that take of the ward work, but had to use a lot just to get away. The knock-up coming back in, looking for the True Shot Barrage. They didn't even use it just yet. Going to be the nice depth charge on to Syndra so they can pick up the kill. And Damari looking for Ryan Lee on the other side with OP chasing him away. But they've got the damage. They've got the kill. Killing spree for OP. And Volte, what did you get here? He was able to get the knock-up for a double kill. All the while, Ryan Lee had to go all the way back towards his tier 2 tower to survive.
Yeah, and we really see here how UCF is coordinating so much throughout these fights. You can see not only the pickups with Volte, with the knockups, and the finalizers with OP, but also Cody Dunn that we mentioned earlier. The positioning from them has been so crucial, staying at the edge of danger and still being able to deal damage and juking out the abilities, the shots from Ezreal, Ryan there, trying to get damage onto enemy ADC. So really, UCF is shining so far. Camden is coming with a catch onto Volte though.
Yeah, you're looking at Volte. He's got a Thornmail. Look how little damage they're doing to him. It's taking so long to actually get on top of Volte. The rest of the team was able to find a flank with the knock-up coming in from Volte, even looking for Damari, and they've got Return to Buy on top of him. That's one kill. Camden's the next one. They executed him. Well, you shouldn't even be here. Even with the ultimatum you've laid out, it's going to be the ultimatum of your own life that is traded for it with Ryan Lee. Getting back towards the turret, but the Shuriken flip. Return of Buy gets the execution and returns back to the glory they once were.
Yes, I don't think they even fell from that glory a single moment. As you said, afterwards, definitely not in the best position there. They're so far behind, 1 and 6 on the board. A lot of farm behind, around 20 CS for Vote on the lead. And we really see how all of the players on the side of UCF have the bounties very heavy onto their name. And this is going to be, as soon as UGA gets those bounties, is going to be the way for them to come back around alongside the objective bounties. So it's going to be something definitely towards a later stage in the game, but UGA has to stand strong to be able to defend against the relentless push that UCF has been doing. So, Magical, what do you think UGA has to do right now?
UGA, I mean, they've got to just kill the people with shutdowns. If they can kill OP, that actually could be a way for them to get back into this game. That is a hefty bounty on top of his name. But they have to make sure they're getting it into someone like SS Heft, get them back into this game, or just put it all onto Ryan Lee on this Ezreal, so the scaling might be able to be enough to keep him even.
Yeah, I am not very optimistic about this one, because every opportunity we saw from UCF to let UGA try to come back online and let them farm and all of that, they have denied every single opportunity. And right here, when we thought that maybe UGA was having that sort of possibility going on, they're rotating 3 people here at the bottom. A lot of damage that can be dealt to this wave. Consequently, maybe even a dive. Look at Vote's positioning here. They might be looking for something very sneaky with the rest of the team joining them.
Looking to call the Forge God. Horn, when are they going to call it? Looking for the dredge line, did not connect it. Instead of getting a little bit of damage with the knockup coming in from Volte. They're underneath the tower. He's taking forever. They've got a lot of damage on the Camdens, and that's going to be a 4-man knockup from Volte. Wow. The ADC turned top laner, but clean near ace for the side of UCF.
And this time around, Haft said, well, I know I'm going to die. I'm not going to participate in that one. But unfortunately, the rest of the whole team died. Yeah, it does look like so. Herald is here. We might even see Shelly dancing at the Nexus as UCF takes this inhibitor as well.
They're not done.
The charge was there, but no damage on the Herald. Another charge is gonna be there. Magical.
They got it.
I think this is it.
This might just be it, but it is everyone respawning on UGA. Looking for Pepega, getting a lot of damage on top of him. He's feared. They've got one. Return of buy was low. They've got OP nearly. When's he gonna die? Finally shut down by Ezreal. Ryan getting the kills he needs. He's got a triple. He might just bounce back in this game. They've got all members outside of Return of Buy who completely bailed out of the fight initially.
I was so looking forward to see Shelly dancing on that one for UGA.
Oh,
all right,
Return of Buy!
Return of Buy!
What a turnaround, picking up that kill, but he probably will give his life for Ire, dodging away, trying to get to the blast going, but guess who's here? The Mori. No! They didn't connect on the Scout of the Week. Instead, prowling projectile will slow for the auto attack shutdown.
Oh my, I think that Kali was really looking for the shutdown for Yuumi, and to be fair, it was very close to being that. But oh my god, coming from Magical, a push that might have just as well ended the game with a Dancing Shelly. Then we had UGA guaranteeing a 3-kill, for Ryan Lee, getting them back online. Then Return of Buy securing themselves a shutdown on Ryan, and then almost escaping that alive. Wow.
Wait a minute. Now UCF are saying, all right, that play might have gone awry before, but we've got Super Minions pushing into the bot lane. We've got this Baron down to 50%. We can take this pretty quickly, and there is no answer out of UGA. Instead, you can see the recalls. They just got to stop the base from getting killed off.
Wow, the communication has been amazing. UCF Knights, they knew they had pushed so much on that bottom lane. The Super Minions, as you mentioned, Magical, is the key to making for a safe Baron. No need to ward that much around, even though they had it covered anyways. And just getting the buff, making it so everything in that base is going to be taken down. Split push, siege is going to be done quickly enough. Minions are arriving. The lanes are shoving, and I think they're pushing for the end right now.
They're looking to see if they can end this game. They went for the Blitzkrieg in the previous fight, but weren't able to actually get that Nexus turret, the second one. Instead, now they've gone straight back to the macro. 4-1. Utilizing their advantages, getting these inhibitors so they can get all three down with Vega nearly starting off a fight fully for the team, while the rest of the team was trying to stop OP from taking the third and final inhibitor turret.
Yes, they are. It's very, very close. That big super minion there is going to be tanking that shot while they try to clear this wave here. Everybody rotating.
Look at this. I love this body block. Saying, all right, it's going to be hard for you. Oh! Flash in from Pepega. Though you got the stopwatch, Pepega's low. Will survive because the turret was thwarted with Camden's in the back line, doing a little bit of damage. They've got the final jet there as well, but you got to focus on the carries. Look for Cody Dunn, but Cody Dunn is able to cut it out pretty well. So OP can have his double kill. Looking for the cat who's on nobody's back, and game one will be at the University of Central Florida's.
Wow, really, the highlight player makeup of Pega landing every single hook onto Ezreal, onto every player of UGA on that one. Magical. Wow, that was absolutely incredible. As you said, that positioning on taking the turrets there, taking the inhibitor, pushing, and then rotating for top lane, just being able to defend OP that protect them, and then just go. That was so unexpected and so cleverly done. They saw the opportunity to go over the wall, get the hook, and initiate a fight, get the target from the turret on themselves. The damage was on, turret was down, and the game was absolutely done from that point on.
I almost thought there was going to be a comeback potential for UGA after they were able to successfully defend their base, but they were so far behind. Even after that play, they were still nearly 10k down. So then you have this kind of fight where, sure, they split up the fight a little bit. They got a lot of damage onto some members, but it was just not enough to actually kill off the important ones.
Yes, and not only that, we have UCF knowing that they are so far ahead that this is the point where they can take the game, because if it lasts any time longer, you have Ezreal, you have Camilo, you have Hecarim, you have Syndra, you have everything that could scale and come back super fed after everything had happened. So basically, UCF played that perfectly to their limitations, and to be fair, that ceiling of limitations was like, it was high. They could do a lot of things.
That they could, and there, it was a quick game. It was only 22 minutes, though there was a lot of fighting from both sides. It all boiled down to that one play in the jungle that made sure that UCF had the full reins of Game 1 to pick up victory. For now, we're going to toss it to a break, and when we come back, we'll get ready for Game 2 between these two squads battling to make sure they can get into playoffs. Stick around. Hello, welcome back to the Star League. We saw in Game 1 quite a quick victory that happened for the University of Central Florida, but it was quite the battle with their competition in the University of Georgia. Wouldn't you say so?
I would say magical here. It really was an amazing performance from Central Florida. As you said, Georgia fought so well, definitely making it hard for Central Florida to get that win themselves. But at the end of the day, the advantage they built in was too great, and the comp they had was definitely the thing that made it possible for them to get the win in the first of the best of 3.
Exactly, and even though I think it all boils down to just one play, where it was a great play that came in from Central Florida, it was still not necessarily easy for them to pick up the victory. Think about the base defense that could have been the start of something had they not been so far behind. That could have been the start of a comeback for University of Georgia. So looking at this next game, really got to look at how they play around these early team fights. And if they can play them a lot better than last time, we might see a far more even game, or even see that this is taking the 3 games in a best of 3.
Yes, and it would be so interesting, so happy to see a Game 3. We all love that as casters covering here, as audience. We all love that. I know that for players it's definitely clutch, it's definitely sweaty, but it's entertaining nonetheless. But Magical, I think that what lacked from Georgia in the beginning of the game, of course, there was that first blood for UFC. Or UCF, my apologies. But at the same time, University of Georgia, they were trying to retaliate. They were coming for those ganks. They were coming for the counter ganks. But I don't think they had a near 70% success rate every time the enemy got to escape. So I think what they have to work on right now is understanding that if they are a little behind, maybe they need to catch up before they try to go for those engages.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can hope for, really. It's just make sure you don't have that level 1 disaster happen where your Camille pretty much doesn't get to play the game for the rest of the time. As well, make sure that the lanes are going to be fine. But I do hear we are going to throw to another break as we're waiting for the teams to get ready. So make sure you stay tuned. Hello, welcome back. It is the NACE Star League. It is our fall 2022 season for the League of Legends Open Premiere. And as you see in front of you, Champion Select has already been done. We're just waiting to see when the spec delay ends so that we can get right into this game. But so, what do you see that really stands out to you looking at the draft between the two teams?
So first off, addressing the situation, blue slot is a Yumi ban.
Yes.
It's just a problem on our end, so don't worry about that. I will say that I'm very happy to see the Morgana and Caitlyn pick on the side of, I believe we have a switch to actually both teams. I think UGA is on the blue side, UCF is on the red side for this one, but I very much like the fact that we still have a Graves going on. It was so good for UCF in this last game. The fact that they had such a great jungler for themselves. But stands out the fact that they have a Lee Sin as well. So what do you think about that?
So I look at that and I immediately think that it's going to be the Graves top lane. Volte as a top laner, that's his secondary role. Their main role is ADC. So it would actually make a lot of sense to put a Graves into their hands, especially going up against something like Camille again. But I look at the Lee Sin pick, and that is purely so you can try to see if you can get out jungle early on this Gragas. Try to see if you can get ahead right out of the gates. Plus, you have to make sure that you're looking for those early ganks. Looking at bot lane, Caitlyn and Morgana bot lane is a really hard thing to fight back, especially as a Varus and a Karma.
Yes, it is, but to be fair, I think those two have better scaling possibilities than Caitlyn Morgana does. Of course, they are more powerful in the early game, but we have to recognize the power of Varus, those piercing arrows, Karma being able to enable them with shields and movement speed, of course, and those engages. And I think it's interesting to see that UCF went for the pick that UJ had in the last game, so Syndra's going to be that mid laner for this time around versus a Victor, so we're not going to have that difference in range in the mid lane. It's not going to be a close range melee like a Kali. It's going to be Victor as we jump right here into the second game.
Shenaniganeries?
University of Shenaniganeries. Look at that.
I like Shenaniganeries. Yeah. By the way, shout out to the Army ROTC. Make sure that you're helping them out. Check them out. They're helping us out a lot to bring these games to you so you can watch more collegiate action. But as the shenaniganeries go on for University of Georgia, looks like they're going to not... Ooh, they don't spot anyone now, but kind of reminiscent of what had happened to them in the previous game. They are going to be flanking a Varus. Also, I was wrong. Volte is playing the Lee Sin, and OP is back on the Graves. But unfortunately, going into this bot lane play, nothing ends up being fruitful.
Yeah, so I think it was very nice from UCF to recognize that University of Georgia was probably going to be a little more aggressive this time around. It's usually what we see in second games, right? Especially if we're looking at the loser from the previous game. Whereas on the third game, sometimes we just see both teams are being a little more careful. This time around, University of Georgia went in, fought that. Look at that Volte, maybe in a bad position against two people here.
Was only expecting to find the one, but ends up it being two. Hookshot was able to get the stun back. Volte's taking a lot of damage. That's going to be the Ignite Burn. The flash away. Will survive, but that's a flash burn when you have no TP in this top lane either.
Yeah, so it is a flash for an Ignite, and I will definitely take that any day for Haft. So University of Georgia guaranteeing a possibility of advantage in this early game. So nice from them to have that happening. At the same time, Volte was a little exposed, so they paid for their mistake there. Maybe they should have just left the ward and retreated themselves.
Going into the spot lane, this is going to be purely a skill shot matchup. Whoever lands the most skill shots is going to be the most important team factor. Right now, we see Pepega actually has been landing a lot of those. Same with Cody Dunn. They're actually able to try to push back Ryan Lee and Defam. But the problem is, if you land just one Dark Binding, you can see how much damage Pepega took. And they're a level ahead against Ryan Lee as well.
Yes, they are, but still looking at this, we still have University of Central Florida in the lead in regards to how much HP was taken from University of Georgia in that bot lane. So very interesting to see that that was the case, considering that, exactly as you said, Dark Bindings is going to be certain headshots for Caitlyn. So very nice to see Cody Dunn and Pepega doing such a great job once again, as they did in the last game.
Ooh. Have to have a better time of this top lane now. It's looking to fight against Volte, but it's going to be the Conqueror. That was already procced there by Volte. Could have made it a little bit dangerous despite being a level behind. Half needs to make sure that you're just fighting, getting those grasp of the Undying stacks, and not really falling behind in any CS. Uh-oh.
Definitely.
Uh-oh. This is what I was worried about. As OP shows up into the top lane, is able to get half the way, and in the mid lane, Damari fighting against Return of Bai, getting a lot of damage. Keep in mind that Damari, while playing the Syndra last time, did have to go against the Akali that once you get to level 6 as Akali, it's a really rough matchup. You went out early on. The Victor matchup into Syndra is a lot more favorable to Victor at pretty much every stage of the game.
Indeed it is. It's really... Oh, it's going to be a matter of...
That was a nice flash by Return of Bai. Really nice flash. Camditch thought he had the prediction, but the hands were there for Return of Bai.
Yes, the hands, the prediction, the reaction, incredible, really nice there. And another Dark Binding is going to be a certain Piltover pacifier, whereas on the top lane, Half might be getting engaged once again.
Half just got to die this time around. Had used the hook shot to try to engage onto Volte. With the smoke screen, with the Sonic Wave, do you follow it up to get the kill as Volte, or do you just gift that over to OP Quid? Yes, you do. First blood over to UCF.
Oh, that fight on the top lane really looks like no, you first, you first, sir. No, you first.
It pretty much
you
was.
Get the kill. No, you get the kill.
It exactly was that. Now they're forcing out the TP of Half, which is going to be nice because no TP on the side of Volte. That means he'll have that summoner advantage. It'll be an Ignite for Ignite. But at this rate, you'll kind of take that as we go into the mid lane. Return of Bai, going to be the one lane that will struggle here for UCF. Getting chased down by Damari. Looking for that easy kill for Victor. Just auto attack to death. There it is.
There it is, Return of Bai. Getting the death, of course, on their side. Whereas on the other side of the map, we had that going for their team. Ooh, look at that. Nice snipes and geometry on that Dark Binding there.
Yeah, but better snipes out from Cody Dunn. You see how low Ryan Lee was taken in that one. A couple good arrows that were able to strike. Pierce the heart of Caitlyn, forcing both bot laners back. Means that at least a plate should be taken by UCF's bot lane.
Yeah, University of Georgia is going to get that a little down while Gragas is rotating around the area, taking the jungle, nothing much. But little do they know, because they don't have vision here. No Scuttle Crab, no wards in the area, all on the side of Central Florida. Red team dominating this first objective, the Inferno Drake in this game.
Easy take. Easy take there. You force the recalls out already. You're able to show back up around that dragon. You know you have the tempo. You know that University of Georgia needs to see if they can reset some of these lanes. So might as well get that objective. Continue to have a bit of a lead. Not quite as massive of a lead. I mean, granted, the last game was kind of a wild one. But here, it seems that University of Georgia do have some things they can play around, looking mostly at this mid lane, because Damari on Victor is such a devastating champion to fight against, especially because if you look at what UCF has, they try to see if they can keep him at range, but Victor has some amazing range capabilities to make sure that he can tag onto those immobile carries.
Yes, indeed. And here in the bot lane, Pepega trying to go for the Caitlyn. They're going to go
Flash
short.
Away.
OP. So close to getting that kill.
Very close, but luckily the flash was there for Ryan Lee. But again, it's going to force out another reset. So as we see, the CS lead should start getting worse and worse between Vars and between Caitlyn. While they even look like they might be able to push back the minion wave, no, they're going to freeze it even worse here for their side.
Really clinical.
Oh! No, they didn't go for it. Blastcone was body blocked by Camden. I'm surprised he didn't go for anything further. Now he's in danger. Unleash power. Picks up the kill, but the Chaos Storm brewing. Getting the flash away. Looking for Return of Bai, but unfortunately Chaos Storm is too far away to turn back anything more. Just going to lose the jungler.
Oh, what a comeback from UCF on that one. Unfortunately, Gragas had no vision of Lee Sin, so they didn't even know there was no teammates around.
And guess who is here? OP Quid flashing forward, looking for Damars, who no longer has that Chaos Storm to brew on top of the head of Graves. He'll fall, the second kill of the game for the jungler of UCF. While ultimatum laid out, man, we're just getting a lot of action happening back and forth. Camden has shown back up from dying beforehand, was able to get the kill for himself this time around.
Camden shows up at that clutch moment that guaranteed that kill was going to be equalized for that team. Georgia 2 versus a 3 kill for University Central Florida. Wow, Magical Rio, these two teams are popping off in regards to action. They are not leaving any second for us two to breathe. And I have to say, OP really shining as they did in the last game. I'm very happy to see that performance once again.
But it was a good kill from Camden to show back up from having died beforehand. Getting some trade back in the game. That's why the gold lead isn't more than 1,000 between the two teams. Keeping it within that range means that University of Georgia, around some of these objectives where last time they fell in the fight around the jungle, might have a better position, but here, this is not the position you want to be in. Not when you're having to use an explosive cast just to try to get away from OP Quid, who's got that range. They're looking for the rest of the team to show up, but there's going to be the laser pointer on the other side as they'll flash in. The belly flop lands! The auto! Camden does it, even though he does die in the fight. Now, Damari puts down the gravity well, looking to see if they can turn it around, but they didn't have SSF in the position in time. Instead, laser pointer damage, poking it down, return of buy at every stage, waiting to see if this Camille can join in the action, as Volte doesn't feel too threatened to fight against this Camille, even in a massive minion wave. Looking to clear that out, looking to see if they can bide some time. It will be finally the play relenting.
Magical, I am stunned. Wow, these two teams really, every situation they have to fight, they're going in for it. If there is one kill happening, you see the other teammate joining the fight, getting the equalizer, and certifying that that's going to be a good outcome for themselves. Vote so confident in this matchup, as you said, and Damari really dealing so much damage on Syndra. Return of buy, falling very down on health, have to reset themselves.
This is the problem. This is why the Victor matchup is so good into it. The flash comes in from D-Family. You gotta put the conversation on pause because the flashes away deny the play from happening.
I'm still so stunned with that body flop from Gragas getting the kill on OP on that previous fight in the top.
Ooh, nice
that was
of the
incredible.
week.
Oh,
Bye,
multi-stun!
Bye-bye!
Wow, the combo is there perfectly. Unleashed power.
Well, that's the one problem about Victor. You do great damage over time. You do a lot of damage, you know, sustained damage. You don't do a lot of burst damage. Return to buy, on the other hand, a lot of burst damage there, and we just saw that happen.
Yes, indeed we did, Magical. You land one stun is going to be Q into W into Unleashed Power. Oh, Varus, Cody Don just bullying the scaling, but Gragas is around the corner.
Explosive cast was able to get him in range with the heal. We'll get the distance back. That's going to be the Corrupting Chains connecting onto two. D-Fam so low. An auto attack.
Wow.
The Pega Ruler takes the kill away. And now, Ryan, you're in a bad position because all Cody Dunn needs to do is land that piercing arrow. Does not connect it, but instead look for Camden's this time around with the hail of arrows. Looking for the... What? Where'd you come from, OP Quid? Hello? You're just here for a double kill for free? Okay. He's got a kill too! OP's just like, alright, I'm just gonna come by for a drive-by, take a kill, dive the turret. Oh, by the way, we can take that turret too, you know, just casually take that for themselves.
No, I can't believe, really, that fight turned not only into a mess, unfortunately, for the gank on the side of Camden there. Cody Dunn dealt so much damage. Pepega guaranteed that they could protect their AD carry, and then it turned all over upside down for Georgia. Not only was it a certified kill for University Central Florida, but they didn't even expect OP coming in to seal that off with a Herald, with the second Drake of the game for UCF Knights. Wow.
This is
absolutely
feeling like
impressed.
the last game where it's that one play that just kind of happens where UCF are able to get such great leads where it had been kind of close beforehand. And now Volte is going to fight with Heft inside the ultimatum, getting a little bit of damage, getting the kick away on Heft, flashing, but the burn? No! Volte, there's no way you get out of this one. Where's the hook shot?
No.
Heft wants this one, but he cannot get the range, so Volte will get out of dodge.
What? Wow. If I was playing this game, I would have been throwing pings on top of that Lee
Wait,
Sin.
okay, there we go. I was about to say, he wanted to get the fight. He thought he had the burst to be able to take down a AP Gragas, but it's just not enough. Too much burst on the other side. But D-Fam, you don't have the way to get out of this one, so it's a killing spree for OP Quid.
really what's shining through for UCF is how much they have been able to coordinate all these fights all throughout the map. Nice play! Caitlin's gonna go down so easily.
This just feels bad. You feel bad for the spot lane right now. Ryan Lee's like, I can clear out. They're not gonna try to go for me here. Haha, you thought there's a Youmu's on the other side, so Cody Dunn's able to easily get in range.
Little did you know, little Piltover Sheriff, wow.
I feel like right now everything's just falling apart. Everything is crumbling around Georgia. Now Heft wants to get something back for the team, looking for a little bit of damage onto OP Quid, but this is still dangerous. You don't necessarily know where the bot lane is, and getting the Scatter of the Week to connect, looking for the build for Beastsmoker. That's a nice shutdown, and they got another one onto the jungler. So 2 shutdowns needed for University of Georgia.
That was, in my opinion, an overconfident push from University Central Florida.
Yes.
It started with Lee Sin having that amazing escape on the top lane and then thinking they could beat the Gragas before going down. Not possible. Overconfident. Then we have that happening once again as they dominated that jungle. Hookshot is in place. Gragas is there as well.
Walty holding on to the kick, waiting it out. Tried to dash away like he did before, but this time just seems that Georgia understood, but that was a max range corrupting chains that landed, but they don't want to actually pursue the fight because if you look at bot lane, you see there's only a Caitlyn, you know Morgana's on the roam and could be right behind you, but canceling these backs is actually nice for UCF because now they force the hand with low health bars of University of Georgia to try to play around the top side.
Yes, they are. And they're pushing here, they're taking down this wave, and Varus is going to be able to do that so nicely. 3 people going, as well as Damari, rotating for this top lane, and if University of Central Georgia and University of Central Florida are cocky enough, they're going to stay and go down. That might be what it is.
The flash away, though. Cody Dunn was able to escape, but now he's in the brush in a dangerous position, looking for the piercing arrow. Did not get that one. So, again, it is Georgia punishing the hubris of the side of Central Florida.
Yes, Georgia really doing a nice job here, identifying the sort of personality that Florida has been showing because of their advantage. And unfortunately, it's not a good place for them. Oh, Ryan.
Nice flash. That was a good flash. Literally a life-saving flash because Volte had on point that Sonic Wave. That connects, death.
Yes, yeah. And they cannot afford death right now. They're not that far behind in regards to CS, but if we think about the amount of assists and kills, it's 1 versus 4 for Varus. So the enemy ADC is so much stronger. They have to be careful and TP down.
Hello, TPing in. Chaos Storm on to return to buy. Unleashed Power was able to help out with the collateral damage, but now OP running away, looking for the slowdown with the barrels, has enough to dish out the damage and force the flash of OP Quit.
And that is what's happening for UCF at this point. They are having to be forced back. But at the same time, here it goes again. That communication has been so great that even though that happened in one lane, the rest of the team was split pushing mid, was split pushing top, and they might even take down that tier 1 as well. Is that
They should.
Is there a Herald? No, sorry.
The Rift Herald is still up. The Rift Herald is
still up. It's still up.
But still, getting 3 towers essentially for the side of University of Central Florida. That is a huge play for them. And OP Quid, all right, he's just like, I'm going to look for the 1v2. I'm going to look for this fight. He gets locked down by the chains, but the team's there to save the day as Cody Dunn silences the jungler and no Chaos Storm for Damari. So they have to instead turn back, wait to see if they can fight around the dragon that certainly should go Central Florida's way.
That's what I have been saying. They are going around. Now that University of Georgia thought, okay, they're looking a little too overconfident. Okay,
that was close. That was close.
If they're looking a little too overconfident, University of Central Florida, they said, okay, we can act overconfident. But little do they know that the rest of the team is backing us up. And that's what happened there. I think that's amazing mental games going on. Big brain situation. UCF Knights, I see you.
I mean, and they're within Soul. All they got to do is get one more dragon. They've got the Mountain Soul on their team, and denying some of the bursts that can come in from someone like a Gragas, like a Caitlyn, is going to be massive for them, especially with this 6,500 gold they have over the University of Georgia. It's not like what we kind of saw before where it's like, oh, it's the one team fight that kind of ends things. It's been a couple of plays that have slowly gotten out of control for University of Georgia, and now they feel like they're forced to look for anything, scraps on the table to get back into this game.
Yes, they are. Oh, half trying to get Cody down here.
And OP quick.
And OP, once again, a 1v2 situation.
This Chaos Storm, though, is huge. That's helping out a lot, so they can kite back, get a lot of damage. Looking for the laser pointer. They almost take him down, but the flash comes in to make sure they can get it. Looking for Volte, but he dives into the back line onto Candace, and the scatter of the week onto 2. They've taken down a double kill for Volte as Zamari runs away, but the piercing arrow strikes the target right in the heart, while the other 2, the bot lane of the University of Georgia, can do nothing but watch.
They can do nothing. Wow, I am so thoroughly impressed with the communication and the cohesiveness that this team has performed. Unfortunately, even though University of Georgia, they were so close of getting the Herald for themselves, the comeback was amazing. UCF taking not only the fight, but the Herald, the push here in the mid lane. Magical, look at that, look at that.
And even Dark Binding, how long was he locked there under the turret? That okay, that was a bit of overkill. Either way, though, still works out. It was the grade from Volte, but it allows the team to get this top tier 2. They lose Cody Dunn for it, but they are going to crash Rift Herald into the inhibitor tower, getting it below a threshold that is needed so they can just rinse and repeat. It's only 19.5 minutes into the game. Baron hasn't even spawned.
It has not spawned, and they don't even care. Magical, they are pushing for victory once again. UCF throwing that sort of...
I love these flashes from Camden's. Beautifully done to make sure they can lock down these targets.
Really, both teams are performing amazingly well, but unfortunately, we have seen University...
Look at that scatter of the week! Look at that! What can Ryan Lee do? He had a Black Shield on top of him as well, and it still didn't stop.
It doesn't stop because it can only do so much, and it's going to defend for the CC and a little bit of that damage, but the Unleash power is going to be an execute every time if the threshold is there. So really, these 2 teams performing amazingly, Magical, but University of Central Florida getting the upper hand on objectives, on finalizing those team fights, getting a couple of baits here and there actually, and especially rotating so well. The map awareness has been incredible, and alongside that, the communication to split the team and get one thing when another teammate is falling has been perfectly on point.
And that's why you'll look at the kills and think this is a pretty close game. But then you look at the gold and you realize how far away it is. Looking for this pick on to Return of Vi might help out the team get what they need. But the kick back onto Camden with the spear. Now they've got the kill for Ryan Lee. That is the one thing that'll help him out. But on the other side, they're able to kill Haft while he is mid-TP.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Every time they are coordinating things all throughout the map. But to be fair, the attempt on getting Return of Fire was amazing from University of Georgia. They had to do that. They had to take down their most important damage dealer there alongside Varys the Fam.
What did the Fam do in this situation? Thinking, I'm going to be able to be the support. I'm going to put down these wards. But no, you can't. You never can leave from one of these lanes. You can't venture out into the jungle alone.
Definitely not. And even if you are with someone, maybe a wild OP is just gonna come in and try to do a 1v2 situation. So who knows? They really have to be super careful right now. University of Georgia have to be really certain of where the enemy is so they can go in ward, so they can go and sweep and try to gradually grant the vision and the pressure all throughout the jungle, the river, as the next Drake is going to spawn soon, is going to be Soul Point for UCF, so they have to deny that immediately.
Well, that's why you see that Georgia are so grouped up here. They have so much vision already placed down because they know that if Central Florida are able to get this objective, that's essentially game over. There's not really much they can do. They're already still down 8,500 gold, 22 minutes in. And with that burst onto Camden's, the jungler is nearly... He's fully taken out. Cody Dunn, how did you land that piercing arrow from downtown? The soul will be claimed by University of Central Florida.
that they're not even going to attempt to be nearby to try and get a steal. You don't have a smite, you don't have chemdims. Wow, really coming from downtown, down south. That was incredible. Cody Dunn really showing why I initially went for a University of Central Florida prediction win in this best of 3. Wow, Magical, I'm really stunned, because as much as University of Georgia have been performing so well, and they're trying so hard to get those skills and those important matchups on their side, University of Central Florida are denying every single possibility.
They're always just a step behind, and speaking of a step behind, Heft will be killed off by an unleashed power. All the while, 3 teammates on Baron. No answer to be seen from University of Georgia. They're feeling the pressure, and unless they can have a miracle play like they did last time, but they're going to need like 4 or 5 of those if they actually want to get back into this game.
They are gonna need a lot of those flash forwards and the ulti. There we go.
The wombo combo, the kick back on Orion Lee, and then they have a scattered the weak that nearly eviscerates and gets a triple kill with the collateral damage out of OP Quid. Only survivor is Damari, which means even if you're trying your best, you're Victor. You can wave clear, but it's a Baron buff on the other side.
It's not only a Baron buff, it's their whole team that is gigantic and knows every single next range on their champions. The piercing arrows, the ultimate from OP, Graves, Bullet there, being able to take down Ryan from that last bit of pixel on the screen. And wow, I am speechless, really.
It is a mind-blowing game here for University of Central Florida, and they've learned from the last game. They didn't try to hard push for the win, knowing that there's low cooldowns on those death timers. So they decided to back off, spend all that gold they've accrued. They pick up an Infinity Edge, just straight up for OP Quid. They get the Duskblade for Cody Dunn, as well as the Muramana. They even get themselves nearly the death cap for Return of Bai.
Yeah, you have Draktar, you have Yomus, you have Muramana on the hands of Cody Dunn, and that piercing arrow might as well take over half of your HP, even if you are Gragas. Exactly what happened in the last team fight on that soul point. Really, not only that are they managing to get the pressure on the map, they're also managing those fights. Look at that!
That was just one use of EQ. That was so much damage bursted down, and now Camden is just getting hunted down. Nice dodge away from the collateral damage, but the fact that you can see that Damari is running, trying his best to deny the kill going over to the other side, it's pretty much doom and gloom. That Scatter the Weak not connecting almost was going to be a saving grace, but still going to be the death as Volte and Hef have a 1v1 duel on the top half. Who will win out the kick to get rid of the ultimatum, to get rid of everything, and a slam down for a solo kill for Volte.
Yeah, and these teams are not only getting the team fight kills, also getting the solo kills, the 1v1s, the 1v2s. If you are OP Quid, Vote, you gotta get...
No. You didn't want to go for that, Ryan Lee. I get that you're trying to see if you can pick up the skill, but what's happening on the other side of the map? You're losing your whole base, and OP Quid can just show up and kill you. 1v2, Defam couldn't get away, even with the chains connecting the flash from Camden. The base is in tatters. University of Central Florida are here for victory. A 2-0 is what they want to claim, as they've had the KDAs. The Nexus Surge finally fall. The flash in. Damari taking solo. He goes golden barely in time to survive as the minions continue to wail away on the Nexus. But we know that this is already game over. This is the 2-0 victory that University of Central Florida needed to go 5-2.
UCF Knights guaranteeing the sweep on University of Georgia. Magical. That was indeed magical, because it was incredible to see those players play the way they did, not only, as we were mentioning, in regards to micro play, but also macro, and just communicating, get everything done all across the map. And if Georgia thought that was something going well for themselves, well, think twice. And I think Georgia really had to have both eyes, one on one side of the map and one on the other, because UCF was coming for the win.
They really were. It was just some of these plays where you look towards the later stages of the game were handedly UCF's. There was maybe a play here and there that Georgia were able to find some sort of pick, but it was all down to pretty much a series of plays that happened around the 10-11 minute mark that made it so that UCF had this gargantuan 5,000 gold lead that was just insurmountable that early into the game.
It really was. And I was so happy to see that sort of performance from them. Not only because I had a prediction on that name, but
You did get me on
definitely
that.
it's a 1-0 for Soph in this situation, but definitely it's just so nice to see our collegiate students playing this level of League of Legends. Wow, incredible.
It's always good. That's why I love collegiate. You can just see some unique picks, you can see some unique plays, but also you get to just see teams really having fun. It's one of the most, like, I come from more of the competitive, like the academy, LCS, LPL side of things. So I'm used to everyone taking it super seriously, but sometimes you just want a good thrashing between the two teams. You want them to go back and forth, blow for blow, where they're constantly fighting and have no holds back on whether or not it's going to work out or not.
Yeah, and to be fair, well, Georgia, they were trying so hard, and they were doing well. But really, the advantage that Central Florida built in the two games was unsurmountable every single time. They made sure that every situation they got it onto their advantage was going to be leading towards building their victory, and they did that so successfully. So really, congratulations to both teams, and of course our winner here of this best of 3, University of Central Florida, with a 2-0 sweep.
A 2-0 sweep puts them at 5-2. While over on the other side, University of Georgia will drop to a 3-4, right below that 50% mark that they would like to be in. But honestly, like you said, it was a great fought battle, and now we get to talk with the winners. We get to have our interview with the University of Central Florida. Or maybe not. Just making sure we got that ready. Waiting for it. Because we were there. We almost had it ready. I promise. There we go.
Hello.
OP Quid, what's up? Welcome in. How are you
Look at
feeling?
that, legendary.
Thank you for having me. I'm feeling
Yeah,
great
how
after
you
that
feeling?
win,
How's the
because
victory feel today?
Feels good. It slots us straight into playoff, I believe, so that was a really important win for us to get.
Yeah, so I gotta ask, you got the Graves both time, but you also, instead of having Lee Sin in that second game like I expected, put Lee Sin top lane, and you got Graves again. Is that more just because you really like to play Graves, or because you just want to throw a wrench into the machine?
So I just think Graves is like the most impressive jungler right now, and I think Lee Sin is just one of our comfort picks for the top lane. And yeah, that's just our game plan usually, since we expected them to take Graves away from us, but they didn't, so we just got to take Graves again. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. So, do you have any questions for him?
Absolutely. First off, oh my god, I was absolutely speechless. All those plays that you got pulled off that. Oh my god, amazing job there, OP Quiz. But tell me this. You said that it was very clear that the Graves was a good option. Not only that, you guys had a great game in the first one. You decided to go for the same champion once again. Did you guys build the rest of your comp considering the Graves? How did that go in the second game?
Yeah, so as far as comps go, we drafted it not around the Graves specifically. We just drafted it based on what the enemy team picked, right? So they picked Kaylin Morgana, which is like a very strong lane, and they need to push in to have any value for Kaylin, right? And we just responded with Varus Karma, because they showed Morgana too early, and Karma's just the go-to counter pick for Morgana, right? And then we also picked Syndra, because Syndra is a new, pretty much every champion that Riot reworks, they're gonna be S tier, S plus tier, just too broken, right? And
we saw how much damage she does, yeah. It was pretty disgusting when you get the Scatter of the Weak to connect. But, okay, I want to ask this question now. So, going into today, did you think you were going to get a nice clean, well, kind of clean, 2-0 victory over University of Georgia?
Yeah, so we did have a lot of confidence in winning this game, especially since we know the strengths of our team, and we believe that we're just almost peaking. We're playing really well right now, especially to our own comforts, because we don't really play towards the meta, as to say. We just kind of have our own comfort picks, and we just play how good we play, I guess.
Okay. And so I'm going to ask one more question, then I'll let Soph ask one more question. But I gotta know what happened in game 1 when you guys were going for the Nexus. What was going on, guys?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, so we just aced them like 5-0, and we were just kind of feeling it, and we were like, let's try to get like a quickest win possible, pretty much, right? Because I saw that I still had Herald in my inventory, and they were all dead for like 20 seconds, and we were like, yeah, we had like 2 tanks, because Grace at that point had like 160 armor or something and all that. So we were like, alright, if I tank the tower and Orin tanks the tower, we can get Shelly all the way up to the Nexus, and we can get Shelly to dance. And then Shelly just died a lot faster than we thought, and yeah, it's kind of unlucky, but it was fun. It was fun. We kind of just limit tested too much.
It was funny. It was very funny. I'm not gonna lie. All right, Soph, your turn.
It was so funny, I have to say. I was hoping for the dancing Shelly. I was expecting to see that Herald being alive at the end of that push, and you guys just getting that quick win, because you were looking relentless, so ruthless on how much you were aggressive on that one. So that was amazing. But tell me, how does it feel for your team to be able to get such a, in my opinion, such a clean win in the sweep in this situation here tonight? And what are your thoughts in regards to the future, in regards to the progress into playoffs in the Star League?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm really like happy that we made it, since I believe that everyone on my team is very talented, like, individually. So I don't want to be like too egotistical and say that I expected us to make it, but I honestly really did. Like, just from seeing the raw talents of the players on our team, although our ranks don't show right now, but everyone has been like pretty high ranked in the past. So yeah, it was really, really meaningful to me that we won this game, finally made it into playoffs, and have a chance to show more that has yet to come. And yeah.
Very fair. Thanks so much, OP Quid. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory. You want to give any shout-outs before we let you go?
Yeah, I want to shout out my team. Without them, the game would be hard. They're like the backbone for the jungler. As they say, jungle diff is lane diff.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Congratulations, OP Quid. Good luck on the future. We'll be watching and hopefully rooting for you as well. So take care, have a good night, and go celebrate with your team.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, and with that, that's our day for the day. We already got to wrap up this one pretty quickly. A nice 2-0 victory for the University of Central Florida. But before we go, before we set it all off, don't forget that there is the giveaway going on. So our friends at Army ROTC want to give you a chance to win a free Camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. So make sure you check out the Star League Twitter to enter.
Yes, and indeed, to wrap up everything, we have the other 2 sponsors. Of course, Extra Life. Play games to change kids' life. Kids' health, change the future. Join Extra Life today. And of course, Dunkin' Donuts, the one that's going to fill up our tummy after those amazing matches. Star League runs on Dunkin'. Click the Twitch banner below to find a Dunkin' near you.
And don't forget as well, there's a lot more esports throughout the week. Tomorrow is going to be our Valorant day. Then after that, some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I've been getting really into Super Smash Bros. Again, so hope you are all there to watch as well. We got Rocket League and Super Smash Bros. Again that day, with Overwatch 2, both Saturday and Sunday, followed up by Rocket League. So with everything wrapped up for the day, it was a fun day. Had a lot of fun being able to get into the broadcast. Whoopsie, as I drop everything right there, because I was just enjoying myself. Soph, it was great casting with you. Do you have any final words yourself that you would like to say to everyone before we sign off?
Just a shout out to everyone, of course, people here at the Nays for having me. Of course, Magical, it was a pleasure casting with you tonight. People from the teams, we love our collegiate scene. League of Legends is incredible. We love to be part of all of this. And thank you so much, the audience. We're expecting to see you all in the next days.
That we will. Thank you, everyone. That's going to be it for Star League for today. Make sure you stay tuned tomorrow for Valorant, and as well, next week we'll be back with League of Legends. So we will all see you there.